I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Neil Harden. I'm chairing today's panel. With me to my immediate left is Marla Billingshurst, and to my far left is Brent McIntyre. The assessor today is Merrick Froelich, and the recording secretary is Kelsey Harrison. We will be hearing applications for revision of assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that the applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and in the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions the applicant may have, and the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. This information on public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. So Kelsey, can you do the swearing in?
Would you like to swear in or affirm with us?
I'll swear in.
Could you please state your name?
Merrick Froelich.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Would you like to swear in or
Swear,
affirm?
please.
Could you please state your name?
Michael Falk.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you please state your name?
Daniel Mills.
And do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, the first item on the agenda today is 1 Terracon Place, and the matter is assessed value. So, Mr. Froelich, you may proceed.
Yep. File number is 191353. Roll number is 0605027 0500, and the owner is Terracon Development. Before you start off with, I worked in office for the past 9 years, and I have not fully had the opportunity to take a look at all aspects of the building. I've driven through the complex on a couple occasions. I did have the chance to go into one building, but some specific questions that may end up taking place, I may not have the history as much as I would like to moving forward. I'd also like to mention the fact that this property is very unique in its manner. It's not like any other property within the city of Winnipeg. As you know, for the 2020 assessment cycle, we do model generated assessments. And then from there, because of the uniqueness of the Terracon development plan and their business plan, they get water services up into the borders of the property. And in some situations, it actually goes in a bit further, but they are required for all their roads, all their infrastructure, all their water parks, all the snow cleaning, all the flower development, all the capital reserve funds moving forward. So because of the uniqueness of this property, the city of Winnipeg, working with Terracon, does 3 things. But what happens is before we do these 3 things, there's a discrepancy in values. Because Terracon does not get their official numbers for their recoverable maintenance, for the recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement costs until after the 2020 roll is set out. We do forecasting, but we try to anticipate what their numbers are going to be, and then from there we do adjustments from it. So when we go through this process and we look at why the numbers change or why the numbers are a bit different, we try to be very true to the values that they have given to us. And this is an email that was sent to me on August 21st, 2019, at 1157. Just gives me the breakdown of what the business costs, the non-recoverable costs are for the Terracon Business Park and for the Waters Business Park as well. So there may be discrepancies, but the reason why there are discrepancies is because of the uniqueness of the property and because of the delay of that. Like I said, this is not a normal bank, normal shopping center. This property is very unique in a lot of matters, so we do adjustments accordingly. Also, on the document that was provided by Terracon, they made some positions that had stated that we had used the city cap rate, was the city base. So on a lot of the documents that we had sent them this summer to tell them what our values were or our breakdowns of our numbers, we had already factored in the discount of the cap rate. Almost 95% of the time, we do a 1% increase in the cap rate to take measure of the fact that they pay for their own capital replacement costs and further restructures. So their cap rates are different. So there's always going to be a 1% discount on the cap rate for all the properties. So I just wanted to put that out there, make sure you reference it. And as I go through the process, you're going to see what our initial model assessment is, and then subsequently the discounts that we've made, factoring all the things that I've talked about. Moving forward from there, and after the adjustments that I'd made, so our values are vastly different, but the new assessed value for this property right now is $21,352,000. And that's just based on the calculations. This property has 36 different premises. The original building was built in 1976. The last new addition was done in 2004. And overall, our effective age for the property is 1985. Wall heights range between 20 and 26 feet. We have a land area of 1,989,863. And we have a leasable area of 284,767. The plan area for this is 7.4 acres. 7.4, yeah, 7.4 to 1, 7.4. As you could see here, the property is located on just south of Dougal Road, just north of Dougal Road, in between Dougal Road and Lagimodier in terms of the big picture. The bottom picture on number 2 shows where the complex is. So there's Dougal Road. The main thoroughfare to the west is Lagimodier, and it's actually in between 3 properties here. So if you see where the red dot is, and if you go straight through on the right-hand side or going east, that is 1351 Dougal Road. This one here is 1 Terracon Place, and the one behind it is 101 Elan Road. Just to give everyone an overview of what we're looking at here. What I've done here is because we, unfortunately, we have limited pictures in our database system with regards to pictures of the interior space. So I do have someone. So overall on page 3 is just a northern picture, an eastern picture, and a western picture. As you can see, this is not a typical industrial type warehouse property. It's a flex warehouse system with office space, with the majority of the spaces being office space. I don't believe, and based on my own conversations with my colleagues, there's not a lot of properties here where there's a significant amount of inventory that gets shipped out in terms of industrial and, say, consumer goods and products. It's mostly consists of an office component and a warehouse component in the back. And I do have pictures of one of the properties that we went to is on Reliance. So page 3 just gives general overview pictures. Page 4 shows the latest addition that had taken place. And you can see where the glass tower is and some of the second floor space that's listed there on page 4. And the bottom of page 4 shows the main floor picture. This is the only property that I've actually been able to inspect, 96 Terracon Place. The first part of the building, which is very basic, it has a $9 rent, basic office space, nothing spectacular. And then the back portion of page 5 is warehouse space where they do have inventory of Lennox of heaters going out, I believe. Page 6 shows the breakdown of which component is the office space and which part is the storage space. So even though I didn't take many pictures of it, if you see the main floor space on page 6, you can see all the office component of it. And where there's a lot of open space there, you see the warehouse component of it. And then on the bottom of, on the bottom left-hand side, you can see the office space that they have on the second floor. Page 7. So what we have right here is we have the income and expense mailer that's provided by the Terracon Group. What happens, there's a breakdown of 276,000 square feet on the mailer, and then if we reference what Terracon has given us, they have a leasable area of 279,818 square feet that they'll be discussing later. I do not recall what was reported on the 2018 mailer because that would be post-reference, but I'm basing all of our information on 276,000 square feet. Some areas of the discrepancies that have taken place are with regards to a couple different areas that I'll expound upon later. As we look at the rent roll over here, if we look at the CPB building here, these are all, these first properties, which consist of 8.2% of the overall square footage that we have. These rents, and actually in building A, these market rents here that are reported, there's $3 a square foot. These are significantly lower than current market conditions right now. And based on the information that I have, all these leases for $3 that are reported in 2017 at $3 a square foot were also shown in 2006 at $3 a square foot, which I will be explaining at the end of my brief. Moving forward, there's not really that many outliers that take place. Most of the rents are, within the range of, say, from $6 to $9. Where's some outliers? We have another Terracon annual lease here in Building B, that's for $565. But usually most of the newer leases are within that $6 to $9 range that we have here. On page 8, you have some more leases that are listed here. And always when we look at the valuation process, we always use the basic rent. We do not take off any discounts for any deductions with regards to tenant inducements or leasing commissions or anything like that. So the rent that's reported is the rent that we use as our model rent. And there's there's been many board decisions that back the city of Winnipeg's position on that. Other things to notice here, so there's a Stevenson Healthcare in Building F. That's 25,000 square feet, that's at $695. And then we got some other spaces here that are $9, $8.95. So I feel comfortable with the rents that we have used for this property. What we have here on the middle of page 8 is just showing the breakdown of the general operating expenses of property management of 36 cents and everything else, which is pretty well standard. There's insurance, there's advertising, there's snow repairs, there's maintenance, there's realty taxes. Overall, what we're looking at here is we're looking at all their expenses that I have listed. There's been some debate in a previous hearing that I had and through in general that the city of Winnipeg has changed its position with regards to the 5% management. At this time, I want you to reference the very last page of my brief. Actually, the very last 3 pages of my brief. So the one I'm looking at is regards to tenant information. There's no page on it, so the last page that I've typed up is 22, so it would be hypothetically on 23. So there's a couple things that I want to note here. This is the mailer that we have from 2006, which shows those $3 rents that were all in the CPB building, which matches the rents that I have listed on page 7 of my brief. So that's not concurrent with current market rents of $3 a square foot. And then you can see all the other rents are more reasonably priced. They're higher than $3, but not as significantly high. So those rents here range from $4 to $6.45 on the page that I've provided there. There's some more rents that I show the range of $4.95 to, there's actually one for $12.25, and then there's one for $8.22. But on the very last page, we've taken the 5% off for management. So in their income expense mailer that they reported in 2006, they claim 5% property management as the general operational expenses. So as the assessment department has taken off that 5%, we've been giving a discount to the property owners in in the majority of the situations, or by far, because usually the property management fees are the 5%, and these are clearly taken off here. So this 5% is $49,000 of total, and if you look at it proportionally, it doesn't seem to be unreasonable with their position. So now as we look on the other page here, I'm back on page 8, and I apologize, I'll give everyone a chance to go back here. So we'll have the rentable area, we'll have the gross rentable area, we'll have their recoverable expenses that they get back. Plus we show a breakdown of the operational expenses, the realty taxes, and the non-recoverable maintenance for the building here. You'll see later on, so these are one of the areas with the Terracon group that we give a special discount for their non-recoverable maintenances that no other properties get within the city of Winnipeg. Also, if you look at the bottom of page 8, actual vacancy is 0% for this property, and there's a 2.5%, our model generated is 2.5%. There was an adjustment that had taken place from when we had sent out the initial documents to what was in our system right now. So for this property here, we have a 2.5% vacancy when the actual is 0. On page 9, I have a list of all the mailers that we have here with regards to all the leases on the subject properties. And what we have here is we're showing a range from $665 to $895, $795. Lots of leases that are available. It shows it. Page 10 shows some more leases, $850, $925, $795, $9. And the basic flex warehouse standard, which is a standard warehouse which doesn't have a percentage of finish greater than 20%. All these properties here that were on page 9 and 10, they have a flex warehouse portion which is of greater 20%, and the remainder here on page 12 show a smaller proportion of it. Page 12 and page 11 and 12 show comparables in the area. So what I've done here is, like, when we look at our rents that we use for this property, and let me just come back here for a sec. We're using a market rent of $8.25. You'll see lots of rents here that are within that range of the standard warehouses. Of the standard warehouses from $6.95, $5.25, $7.25. And then we'll have higher ones as well with flex warehouse finish, which is a bit higher than that. $8.95, $6.95, $10.95. So our rents in the $8 range seem to be quite fair. There's also another component of this, which I will talk about right now with regards to the comparable land sales. What we've done here is we have taken recent land sales of properties that are all across the street from where the Terracon properties are, and the average, and if you look at the sales price per acre, is around $150,000, $160,000 around that dollar amount. Our position with regard to this is because of the uniqueness of the Terracon business plan, and what we've done is we've assigned a value of 30,000 a square foot, at $30,000 an acre. So what we're doing essentially here is we're reducing it from $150,000 an acre to $30,000 an acre to be mindful of the limitations of the land. So we're not going at market value, we're just showing a land value which is more reflective of where the property is located at. On page 14, this shows where our original model value was at. So if this was a normal business without the special considerations with regards to cap rate and without the special considerations that we give for their non-recoverable maintenance, non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacements, this is what the model value would be. So for the flex warehouse portion of it, we have a rent of $8.25 a square foot, which is the blended rate overall. We're showing initially a vacancy loss of 2.5%, expenses only 2%, shortfall of 375, with a net operating income of 360,262. Our overall cap rate is 6% for a standard cap rate, which is consistent with what we show for cap rates on page 19. Right? Where it's located at. So, but what we've done here right now is for this portion of the building here, this is the breakdown that has taken place. So the market rent's the same, the vacancy allowance is the same. Shortfall 375 on the 2.5% is 4,335. The non-recoverable maintenance is 52,879 for this portion of the building here. So this is a part, so if we're looking at the Terracon Business Park non-recoverables, out of the $449,325,000 that we give in total for the Terracon Business Park, their portion of it for one Terracon works out to, for the FWF works out to $52,000. Here you'll see the cap rate of 7.5%, which is the adjustment that we've made for the Terracon group. And then you'll also see additional non-recoverable infrastructure of 233 and the capital replacement of 123. So that's how we came up with this portion of the income stream of $3,740,000. Now for the flex warehouse standard, here's an example of all of their rents that we have listed here. And 1,821,726 divided by equals $7.63 that we've used here. Our potential rent is $1,821,426. Using expenses of the 2% is $35,000, a shortfall of 375. Our net operating income is $1,718,000 roughly. The cap rate, because this is a bigger property, is 6.5%. So when the city of Winnipeg does cap rates, we do adjustments based on size. And so once I change that 6.5% and I add it by 1%, which is standard with regards to what we've done with regards to the Terracon properties, if you look at the middle of page 17, you'll see our cap rate at 7.5%. So what we've done here is for the first portion, we actually moved the cap rate 1.5% because this is one blended economic unit. And so we're consistent with regards to the cap rate that we would use for a larger property, which is why the cap rate here is 7.5%. So with that being said, and going to the revised workup that I have for the rest of the property, we have the leasable area of 238,522 at $7.63, using the 2.5% vacancy. Well, I stated before that there's actually no vacancy with this property at the end of 2017. Using a shortfall of 375, using the non-recoverable maintenance of 271,533, which is consistent with regards to the breakdown that Terracon has provided us. The other 2%, we have total expenses at 329,383. Net operating income of $1,445,000, rounded, at 7.5%, gives us an income value of $19,267,000. What we've done here is we have 6 acres of excess land at $30,000 a square foot. So I'm showing the discount where market conditions show that the average land sales just north of the subject property sells for 150,000 square feet. We've reduced that by quite significantly to $30,000. We've added the non-recoverable infrastructure, or we've deducted the non-recoverable infrastructure of $1.2 million, and we've minus the capital replacement cost of $635,000 to come up with a value of $17,611,000 rounded for this aspect of the property. Let me just get a slider, please. So on page 18 is a summary of what the model would have been and what we've changed the actual value to. So under normal industrial properties, the value would be $32,435,000. What we've done here is we've made different adjustments for the properties that I've shown here with regards to the cap rates, with regards to the non-recoverable maintenance, with regards to the non-recoverable infrastructure and the capital replacement costs. The value that we're proposing here today is $21,352,000. We talked about cap rates and where we're listed at here. So with regards to industrial properties, we're showing the range. Our range of cap rates that we have here is from 6.34% to 7.80%. However, this property is not a typical industrial property that we have that's normally in the group. Because of the fact that they're majority office spaces, an office component of it. So they're a bit of an outlier with regard to that. Page 20. So what we've done here, and this is I'll touch this base in my conclusion later on, but here's the following is some cap rates that we've used that we based our model on. So we got properties on 90 Park Lane, 220 Walk, 330 Debates, and 1100 Waverly. And if you look at the cap rates that we have here, they range from 4.97% to 8%, depending upon the size and the quality of the finish and the nature and the quality and the condition of the building here. We have a gross floor range of areas, and we have different effective years built. What's interesting about this property here is even though it's in a better location, and overall it's a bit slightly newer, the property on 1100 Waverly sold for $172.75 a square foot, $172.78 a square foot. So it's something to consider because all the other properties are different than the subject property. Non-recoverable expenses. For the 2020 general assessment, the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department has analyzed income expense mailers and reported the property orders to derive a model-generated estimates of net operating incomes. In deriving these net operating incomes, ATD has allowed for non-recoverable expenses in 2 categories. A general 2% non-recoverable expense allowance and a shortfall allowance per square foot to account for the non-recoverable expenses associated with vacant space. The following tables contain a sample of properties which have been used for income expense analysis, which was submitted to ATD. Using this data, we stabilized the effective gross incomes and the non-recoverable expenses that were calculated. The purpose of showing these individual expenses is to illustrate the accuracy of the model and to substantiate the 2% non-recoverable expenses allowances used in ATD's mass appraisal models. They are not meant to be comparables for the specific subject property. Page 22 is an overview of the legislation that we work under the Municipal Assessment Act. And I spoke about the following pages with regards to my comparables. At this time, we'll open up to questions.
Okay, questions?
I do have one kind of procedural question before we get into the briefs. Given that we are presenting ours in one brief, are we gonna go back to back on one Terrican, 101 Elan, and then 1351 on yours?
Well, that's the procedure that we have following here, so I think that makes more, well, it's up to the chair.
Yeah,
Okay, what's the issue? I'm not sure. I understand
So, we have one brief, and we'll speak to that a little bit more in our brief, I don't wanna get ahead and bias anything, but the properties all function together because they're right beside each other. So we've only prepared one brief for all three properties.
Okay.
So I know we're starting with one Terracon, which makes logical sense, it's the largest of them, but there's the two other parcels, and I'm just wondering, if we follow the order that we have on the sheet today, it's going to be slightly disjointed. So I was wondering if the assessor is able to present one Terracon, we ask some questions, 101 Elan, we ask questions, and then 1351 Dugald, and then we ask questions?
Or we can ask the question.
Or
Or
at the
present all
end.
three of the briefs now. and
No,
then-
I would prefer just for my voice, to have the opportunity just to rest and not talk for 2.5 hours. And I think the board would appreciate that as well.
So yeah, let's just have the questions on this
Okay,
property, and then we'll go to the next one.
are we able then to go to 101 Elan next and like leave 35 Mazenod until the end, just cause it's a.
Yeah,
it's
that
a-
makes
we-
total
we-
sense,
we
that
can-
makes
we
total,
can
that
change
makes,
the order,
that makes
yeah.
total sense, yeah, I
Yeah,
agree
we
with
can
that
change the
completely.
order. No
Okay.
problem with that.
At the end of it, I think we'd rather, we're gonna present one single brief, so. you know,
Yeah, we won't have three, we're just gonna have one.
Okay.
I guess what we're trying to avoid is, we're talking about 101 Terracon now, to go and, we're gonna ask questions, and then the procedure is that normally we would present our brief
Yeah.
on 101 Terracon, right? Well, we only have one brief, because it's a single, Terracon Business Park is a single economic unit, consisting of 3 properties.
Okay.
1351 Dugald, 101 Elan, and 1 Terracon Place. So that is a single economic operation for us. And so we've produced a single report for that. I just think it would make more sense, let's ask our questions on 1 Terracon, then the assessor should provide us his brief with 101 Elan, we'll ask questions, and then provide us with his brief on 1351 Dugald Road. We'll ask questions, and then we will provide our evidence for Terracon
Okay,
Business Park.
that makes sense.
That's what I mean, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I just think what will get lost though, is that a lot of the questions that I have are sort of specifically to each sort of property here, so.
You can still ask them.
Yeah, but it's just in terms of my layout, because I'm just trying to follow the order here that the board has stated here, 4 properties, 4 briefs. And, we have 2 briefs here right now, so just for my own, just for the flow of information here, because I think if we, I don't object, but I'm just worried about maybe at some point me having a bit of an opportunity for a recess, so
Yeah,
I
we
could
can-
gather my thoughts,
Sure.
gather my questions, because I'll be presenting here now,
Yeah, no, that's.
for a significant period, and so I wanted to have that opportunity just to highlight, because I'm gonna have different questions from different briefs, because just of the nature of what we have here.
Yeah.
And we're certainly not opposed to providing recess for,
No, that's
for the assessor
no
to
problem.
sort of
We'll-
collect his
we'll-
thoughts.
We'll provide recesses as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just wanted to get that out of the way, thank you. Okay. So, Merrick, you said you had inspected the property, but not all of the buildings, that was correct?
I've only seen
This is the one that we saw, right?
once, yeah, as I started in industrial in May.
Okay. So the number of buildings, under property description here, you guys listed as 8 buildings? On first page, sorry, number 1, right up front,
Okay.
on 1 Terracon.
Okay.
You have it listed as 8
Okay,
buildings?
yep, for sure.
On page 2, on your highlights here, I count 7 buildings. Outlined in orange, if you look at the top picture.
I think what happened here is when the addition came place, we added that as another building because that had a different effective age. So what happened is when you did the building addition that I show on page 4 for our system, on page 4 in the glass tower here,
Okay.
that was a brand new building addition. So that would have a different effective age or the property than it would be with regard to that. That's what I'm speculating. So if I count, there's a building right on the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 8. Is that a
Oh,
parking
you're
lot?
counting 8 with that's a parking lot.
Is that a
It's-
parking lot at the very top here?
That's correct.
Okay, so what my guess is because that was a brand new infrastructure,
Okay.
that would have a different effective age and different sort of valuation. It would be a part of one, because if you look at our effective years for the condition of the property, the initial building was built in 1976.
Sure.
The effective year of all the buildings in total range from 1985 to 2004. And that additional building is that addition that had taken place.
So that addition was built in 2014.
Was it 2014?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was in 2014, but that would have
2015.
a different building number.
Okay, then, but by that logic, then, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 buildings, because several of our buildings were built in 2 phases, some of them as far as 3 years apart.
Well, what we did is because, bear in mind, I'm still learning about this property here.
Okay.
Generally speaking here, I'm sure that for some of the other buildings, the gap is not as significant. Like, so what we're looking at here, everyone, is so we're looking at page number 2 on the far eastern building, I guess. When was that building built?
The far eastern building?
The most far western building, sorry.
Sure, that would be the original phase. That building was actually done in 3 phases. The original would have been done around the 76 mark.
Okay.
Then you would have had the addition in the 80s, then you would have had the latest addition in the 2010s.
So what my guess is that that's how we've split it up
Okay.
internally.
That's the same building.
But the infrastructure and the wiring and the condition of the finish would probably be a lot nicer in the building addition that took place in 2014 than the original building that took place in 1976. It's hard for me to comment without regards to pictures, and I'm looking forward to doing an inspection moving forward.
Okay, we'll leave that one. The number of premises you show is 36.
Yeah.
So on page, on your page number 9, I count 31 subject leases shown there.
Yeah.
We show 37 on our 2017 mailer, and we show 35 on our 2018 mailer.
Okay.
So where is, in none of this I see 36. Where does 36 come from?
You know what, for different reasons with regards to how our operating system works, there may be an error where it may not pull out all the subject property leases.
So are we missing areas, or are there
Well,
areas that
and actually what's interesting here as well, none of your $3 leases here that are owner occupied are probably the 6 of them that are not listed.
Sorry, which ones?
None of out of the subject property leases,
Okay,
we haven't put down any of your $3 leases here.
okay, so that would be
So
6
because-
of them, so we'd get to 37.
Yeah, close. Does that seem close enough?
Okay. It's just odd that it does seem off, because
Well,
we do
because-
report 37 in the mailer. We report 37 in the mailer, and we're at 31 or 36, or,
You know,
You do know that CPP is an arm's length company, right?
yeah, I do know
It's a
that.
non-arm's length deal.
Yeah,
They're a sister company of ours.
yeah, and
So
so, but for whatever, $3 rents are not market rents for this type of property.
what's the difference between actual year built and effective year built?
What happens is that, say if an average building has a effective year of, say, 40 to 60 years, right? Commercial building. So what will happen here is the actual year built is when that first building came onto the roll number.
Sure.
So the first one that we have here is 1976. I did not enter the 2004 roll into here, but the actual beer, because for the one portion of the building, and maybe it was a blended rate of the 2004. So if on page 4, if this building was built in 2014, what happens here is that the effective year, it's a combination of when the different buildings were built into the system. So if I go into our system, everything would have a building line, and they would have an actual and effective date on it. And so what will happen is I always bring the analogy with regards to homes. When we're looking at homes in River Heights that have been redeveloped, original structure was built, say, 1920s, but the current building is not 1920s. You know, there's no longer knob and tube wiring, there's been upgrades to the kitchen, there's been upgrades to the house. So realistically, the effective age of that building could be 1980, right? So with that being said, so what happens here is that the effective age that we have for the, so overall, with regards to the building, because if I looked at the building that was originally built in 1976, without being there, I'm speculating that there's not shag carpet in the building. I'm assuming that there's been changes to the carpet. The architectural and the interior design style for that building in 1976 is not conducive of the mid-1970s. So that's why, for the oldest building that we have as a part of the Terracon complex, we have an effective age built of 1985.
So you're suggesting if we let our properties go and not renovate them, not update them, not plant flowers, don't have lakes, don't have ponds, we would get a lower assessment?
Well, what would happen is that you want to create a market environment where people want to go to your office. I'm not too sure what sort of clientele you would get at your place if you did not upgrade and modernize
So
your
if I
infrastructure.
upgrade, modernize, and look after my property, I get a higher assessment.
And a higher market value if you're going to sell it, yes.
So, okay, your pictures are fine, so I'm flipping through to page 7 now, which is your 2017 mailer that you show.
Yep.
I noticed that you don't include the 2018 mailer,
That would be close reference.
and that's, okay. Even though we're only talking about a few months, and it's not.
The information of that.
The
If there was a
information is-
post-reference sale that had taken place on May 1st of 2018, I would not be able to present that as market evidence.
Okay,
Hence,
okay.
And is that because our date on our information is June? Because we tied it into our year.
Like, we put in this June 1, what if we made our income and expense statements end on April 1st? Would that help you? Would you then be able to include the 2018 data? Because we're just here to present, and the only reason I bring this up is because we're here to present current data. We want factual stuff, that's what we're here for today, is
Well-
factual, clear evidence.
well, it's hard to do current data when the reference date and the date for the reference period is based on what we believe properties would sell for as of April 1st, 2018. So I can't use sales that happen after April 1st, 2018 in the marketplace. I can't use any cap rate studies. I can't use any vacancy.
No, that's
So-
fine, I understand that, but would it help you then if we submitted mailers that were effective till April 1st of the reference year?
Well, I
And then you
think
can include them?
we've been consistent in our process. Whatever you guys do for your business model, which makes sense for your business, we work around. You know, we do all these assessments, we do all these changes to accommodate the Terracon uniqueness of their situation here. I'm not one to tell you when your calendar year should be, your first thing.
We're offering, it's a gift.
You know what?
We're kind of
You know, that's beyond my pay grade.
You should discuss it when
Yeah.
it'll be most useful for the city.
So, page 9, are these subject leases of the property?
These are everything that was pulled out of our database with regards to it. So we could double check some consistencies here of what we have.
Okay,
Let's say, for example, you know, if we look at 104, 102 Farmer's Edge,
it's odd because South Sherbrooke was vacated August 1st, 2017, which is before the reference year.
August 1st, 2017, like,
So that would be, so the fourth down on the list, like,
so when was it?
that's no longer a tenant. The fourth down on the list, South Sherbrooke, was vacated August 1st, 2017. So it was vacated as of the reference date.
You know, when people vacate and everything like that, you know, we don't, this is what we pull out of the system here. We're not so efficient, we don't have the capacity to change, you know, business assessments right after people move out and everything like that. It's a matter of, once we get the information, once we try to balance our workloads, we try to do things as best as we can. The information that I'm providing here is from the 2017 mailer. You guys have included it here on your mailer. This is what I'm using. So anything that happens after, you know,
But it shouldn't be after the reference date, you mean, right? April 1st, 2018 is the reference date we're talking about?
Okay, so, yeah, the reference date's here, but we use the 2017 mailer. We don't use the 2018 mailer. This is what you provided us.
The 2017 mailer clearly shows the lease expires July 31st, 2017.
Okay.
And you're working on a April 1st, 2018 date, so the lease is expired. And if you're not gonna take our 2018 information, then I think it's fair to assume that that space is now vacant.
We, like I said, we have lots of information to look at. We're only as good as the information that's been provided to us. The mailers that we get at the time brings out a lease. So all of our subject property leases, there's a group of leases that get entered into our database. These are what we pull here. In terms of being vacated or not, you're reporting in your, to me, I think we're just wasting time here, because the reported vacancy that you have here is 0%
But it's old
vacancy.
information.
But this is the information that we're using to create values.
So I guess
I'm finding these questions a bit,
but why I'm bogging down on this is it's confusing. You say at the beginning of the brief, our reference date is April 1st, 2018. We provide you data up until April 1st, 2018. But it's just not reflected, so I'm wondering, we're spanning, it's confusing. And that's why I'm asking these questions.
I think the assessment department makes many accommodations to the Terracon group. And for what you're requesting for a model-generated assessment system would be extraordinary in what they're asking for. And so with regards to specifics, it's not like this is an outlier rent. It seems to be valuable. Well, I'm asking a question where I may be shooting myself in the foot.
If I can say from the board's perspective, all we're interested in was that the valid lease. If that place has since become vacant, then we'll note that, but was that lease amount valid at the time it was signed?
In 2016, sure, yes. It was.
Okay, no.
Okay, so there's 3 of those examples on that list of ones that aren't current or relevant anymore, but I'm not gonna speak to those. I'll move on to page 11, which is your rent comparables for the FWS space. Just to be clear, FWS is greater than 20% office, is that correct? I'm just trying to get the definitions straight here.
Yes, that would be it. Let me just double check here. Because FWF is a flex warehouse
Okay.
at 825. And our standard warehouse is 763.
So your comps on page 11, noting that, from your question, that these are greater than 20% office, I'm fine with these are great.
Actually, but I think so what happens here is that so we have 763, and the flex standard warehouses, that's the range that we have.
Okay, yeah, so no, I'm saying I'm fine with these, like your uncorrected average in here, so you do have a 1785 number,
Yeah.
second from the bottom. So you show all these great rents, and I think these are great, I think you're right in this, these are market comparables of the market and reflective of the market. But then second from the bottom, 1785, it just sticks out. Why is this 92 debates included on here? Do you feel that is market?
Let me double check here. It's an outlier. It's just like your $3 rent that you have here. It's an outlier.
Well, the difference, though, you'd agree, is we're obligated by law to provide you with all our rental information, are we not? Whether it's $3 or $100 a square foot.
That's what we
I'm
get.
under the obligation to create assessments under current market rents and market conditions.
And why would you keep the 1785 in as a market?
Well, there's always going to be outliers, and this is what they've had reported.
Okay, is that included in your analysis of market rents?
Usually for outliers, we take them out.
Okay, but this one's staying in.
This is just one rent that I'm showing you.
So FWF, then if we're on to page 12 now, this is the warehouse space you're talking about.
That has the higher rent.
But- Okay, sorry,
So FWF has the percentages, the FWF has the $8.25 rent, which is higher than the FWS.
I'm trying to get the definitions clear though, because when we just asked.
Flex warehouse fixed has the higher rent, where their percentage of office space is greater than 20%.
Okay, so then, my previous question.
FWS is for office space, which is like more standardized, flex warehouse standard.
Okay. Page 13.
See, to help you out there, Daniel, just if you look at, on page 14,
Page 14, okay,
Okay.
yep,
FWF,
yes,
it has flex warehouse finished,
sure,
where it shows the greater than sign, greater than 20%. That has the $8.25 rent,
okay.
which is a smaller portion of the overall building. So that portion is only 46,000 square feet that we have that.
And that means it has,
Greater than 20% finished office space,
okay, greater than 20%.
which is a smaller proportion of the overall building, of
Okay.
the overall complex. And then if you look on page 16,
Yep. Gotcha,
it's flex warehouse standard,
standard,
which has the lower rent
yes,
of $7.63, and that's what we
it's
have.
the standard kind of office flex space.
Yeah, the percentage of finish. So with me not going into here and moving forward, once I have the opportunity to go into here, then I can make that judgment of seeing, okay, what are these PIDs? What's the quality of the space? Take pictures, and then this way I feel comfortable with this. These may be of poor quality. The other ones in the flex warehouse standard may be of higher quality. It's just.
Well, that'd be reflected in the rents.
Yep,
Okay, so I'm fine with your weighted average on page 11 is 764 with the uncorrected, leaving the 1785 in. And if we correct or adjust, the 1785 to an actual market number, it's 650. Like, I'm fine with those numbers, I think they're great. Page 13, what do all the colors mean on this map here?
so what happens with the colors? Those show all the sales that have taken place.
So blue means.
So what happens, it's dependent upon years of when they have taken place. So some of these properties here show when they have sold and whatnot. So for example here, and you may know this, but see where that red dot is? Those are one of the sales that have taken place. So there are all sales. So all the sales that I've taken are south of Dougal Road, not very far away from the subject property. And all my comparables are on Camille Street. So they've all taken place within the years of, say, April of 2012 all the way to April of 2014.
So what does the purple mean, say on the east side there, on the right side of your picture? What's the purple? I know it's not included in your comparables, 1.5, but it's highlighted here, so it just draws attention. What does the purple mean?
That was a sale that had taken place outside of the normal.
Oh, it's just outside. So the
Yeah.
green's outside. Okay.
Yeah.
All these land comparables here, 1 through, I notice they're all clustered, which is fine. They're on mostly in Camille Sis here. These are all serviced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And which is why I didn't use what they've sold here for 150.
Yeah.
I've reduced it by $120,000 an acre.
No, and that's fine. We're not today. We're not disputing land value. We're in agreement on that. So, page 14. So this is greater than 20% of finished office space.
Yep.
But do you know who the center tenant is, the 25-120?
I would have to look that up. And actually, Daniel, what you should probably, yeah, okay.
It's Stevens Medical Center, and they're actually over 50% warehouse and they're over 50% of the building. So the building itself doesn't fit the 20%.
And, what percentage, so are you saying there's,
Like it fits more as a flex space building. The Stevens is almost all warehouse space.
so that's something moving forward that we could look at? Without doing inspections and understanding, and moving forward, Daniel, because I'm open to change. And when you see discrepancies for the 2022 assessment, show me where we're wrong, and I'll make the adjustments accordingly. I think I've come across as being open-minded in that regard so far.
So these are model rents then, that you're?
Those are model rents, correct.
Okay, so we have on page 15 the revised workup.
Yep.
Okay, so we talked about the rents being different. Where did the 2.5% on the vacancy rate come from?
I think initially, because I didn't create the 2020 values, so there was a period of transition from with the previous assessor.
Okay.
And so I guess in his initial document that I had sent you guys, it was at 2%. So this is what he had created at one point.
Okay.
And then somehow, between when he created the spreadsheet and when I did the workups, when I pulled up the briefs, I realized he had changed it to 2.5%, which is why I was consistent and I followed through on that.
Okay, but where does does this come from the city's model, or is this coming from brokerage studies? Like, where does the physical model
Well,
come from?
there's lots of studies out there that have
Sure.
taken place, and I'll be able to discuss them in great capacity. But when I'm looking at, this is sales, the Johnson report for vacancy of industrial properties is within that range. And so, I do have it here somewhere, but it's from the Johnson report, and it's looking at the, bear with me here for 1 sec here. So what I did here, and I have this for the panel's review afterwards, because I have the Cushman Wakefield from industrial year in 2017, where it talks about market vacancy for industrial properties. Oh, and here it is here. I can hand this out right now.
If it responds to the question. it's
Yes, it does.
permissible.
I think there's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've highlighted different sections with regards to the Cushman Wakefield Stevenson report with regards to market conditions for the industrial year end of 2017. I'll just read over the highlighted sections. Overall industrial vacancy rate in Winnipeg remained at 3% at the end of 2017, and it's expected to remain flat in 2018. Average overall industrial asking rent was $788, which does not include free rent or tenant inducements at the end of 2017, up from $702 from the previous year. That's from the Johnson report. The average asking rent is projected to increase moderately in 2018 as demand will continue to outweigh supply. Next paragraph. There continues to be a shortage of zone and service shovel-ready industrial land in Winnipeg. The outlook just talks about what the going rate is for per acre of sale at Brookside Industrial Park, around 350 to 395. What I have here on the next page that I'm referencing is on the east section. They're showing the submarket for the east section at the end of 2017 is 3.6%. Once again, that's a submarket. That's under not normal leasing conditions. Because with submarket rents, you have some uniqueness. You know what I mean? You got motivated people. So that's the submarket. And then what happens here is it just shows some sales transactions or recent transactions that have taken place. I don't know why they called it east, but the highlighted that says Capitalist Drive, that's in West St. Paul at $12.50 a square foot. And there is a recent sales transaction on 333 Debates where 32,000 square feet of property sold for $3.5 million or $109 per square foot. They say central, but it's east, so I'm not too sure where they get the geography. And then at the end of 2018, and I just took the copy of it per se, and I don't know why I highlighted Elmwood, But what ends up taking place is when we're looking at the St. Boniface portion of it, you know, from 2009, we got 2.1%, 2010, 1.1% for St. Boniface, 0.4, 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, 0.6, 2016 was 2.5, 2017 was 2.8, and then for part of the, so this is from the Johnson report from June of 2018, so this is probably more, some of it's post-reference, but what they're showing here is 1.6 for only half a year of 2018. So when we're looking at vacancy horizons, we're looking at a line over a time horizon of 5 to 10 years when we're doing this. So because in situations like here where the vacancy is actually almost non-existent, reported as being 0 in 2017, by giving 2.5%, I think we're being reflective of market conditions. Does that answer your question?
Well, it's just not really, because all the data that you just presented here points to something higher than 2.5%. You're saying it's 3.6 in the east, 3%
Really?
in Winnipeg, 2.8 in St. Boniface.
Did you not see this document here, Mr.?
Yes, yes, 2.8 in St. Boniface and
Okay.
3.6 in the east. So
Okay.
3.6 is higher than 2.5.
That's the submarket.
But that's where we are, it's not, that's where we are, we're in the eastern
But the
quadrant.
trend is, 2016, like I previously stated here, we don't take a snapshot of 1 year. We do vacancy rates over a longer time horizon.
10 years?
Or even if we go 5 years, we're being more reflective. If we do a 5-year average of St. Boniface at 2.5%, we're being very generous. So moving forward with regards to other areas that I had resorted for this. So what happened here is I got a Collier's report on vacancy that shows that for Winnipeg East, the vacancy rate is 2.53% on here. And I have copies for that if the board would like that as well. I only have 2 copies. So I got Collier's, I got Stevenson, I got another aspect of the CB Richard Ellis, but this one's post-reference. So I don't want to use this, but I'm just, what they report in 2019 is 3.1%. So using a reference date of April 1st, 2018, tracking a vacancy of 2018 and looking at the previous 5 years, I think our 2.5% vacancy is very fair, considering that all the properties that we're going to discuss today are at 0% vacancy. Does that answer your question?
I'll speak to the 0% vacancy, it kind of does, the timeline, the timeframe of 10 years doesn't make sense, you can't track, you
Well,
can't do
okay,
vacancy over 10 years.
so if we do 5 years, and if we use the Johnson report for 5 years, what does, well, let's do the math here. I'm curious now. Just bear with me for a sec. So if we're going to St. Boniface, so from 2017, St. Boniface, so we have 2.8 plus 2.5 plus 0.6 plus 1.5 plus 1.3 divided by 5. So it's 8.7 divided by 5, which is 1.74. I think we're being fair with our vacancy, to answer the question.
We'll speak to vacancy later in the term. What is shortfall meant to cover on page 15?
Shortfall is meant to cover the vacancy, the space that's required to fill when the property is vacated. So for example, if a property has a 10% vacancy or 15%, we take a percentage of the vacancy
Yeah,
to cover the expenses.
I know, but what is the 375 meant? Like, this is meant to cover the cost of operating or the cost of holding the space? Holding the vacant space?
The holding of the vacant space, yeah, the operational cost.
Okay. The cap rate of 7.5%, I understood this as base. It seems to be in line with what the brokerage firms are saying. And are you saying that you gave this a 1% bump?
At 7 point, yes, unequivocally.
Okay.
So what happens here is if we look at,
Well, that's
so well, we talked about it, so I just want.
I just wanted to make sure, because it's just not clear. It doesn't say anywhere in your brief or say in the numbers that it's 6.5 plus 1. It just says 7.5. So I take that as base cap rate, because there's nothing to the contrary, right?
Well, if you look at all of our industrial cap rates, the 80th percentile is at 7.8% or higher. We're off,
Yeah.
yeah. So we're within the range because the quality of finish is the quality of finish, the age of the building would be reflective of a lower cap rate.
You're within the range for a base cap rate. I understand that.
Well, our cap rate range is from 6.3 to 7.8 within the 80th and 20th.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
Our base cap rate is 6.5, and we're giving you a 1 point increase.
Now I understand that. It just,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Okay, no problem.
So page 16. What do premise IDs mean?
That's how we track. So whenever there's a new business that gets entered into the system, they get a premise number.
So these would be each a tenant then?
They're usually, each premise number is assigned to a tenant.
Each premise number is assigned to a tenant?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's interesting because second from the bottom is 606 square feet of leasable area. We don't have any 606 foot tenants.
What am I referencing, what page?
16,
Okay.
second premise ID from the bottom.
16.
All of our tenants are plus or minus increments of 3,000 square feet. We don't have a 606 square foot tenant.
Is there a second floor space there?
We don't even know what tenant is, we don't
Why
know.
don't, because it doesn't say.
Can you tell us
Well,
under the
you know
premise
what?
ID?
Just, you know what? Pardon me, guys. I'm looking at 35 Mazenot. Sorry about that. So I guess at some point during a period of time, we've assigned 606 square feet of a storage rental space to this property. I'm new to this property. It has a newer PIN number. Just bear with me here for a sec, because I may be able to find it.
So there's a potential, I guess, and I'm not worried about who the tenant is right now. I don't wanna go down that road yet, but, so if there's a tenant, we could have a main floor tenant that's 3,000 feet, and then if they had, say, in theory, a 606 square foot mezzanine, they could potentially have two premise IDs then, is that correct?
That's not normal, but what I'm guessing here is at some point, and some reason, and I can't speak to it because of the vastness of the property. I'm not gonna understand where 284,000 square feet of every space is in the building. But that's what I'm speculating here, because that rent's a bit lower, and we have it defined as being C6, storage, office. So that component at the time, and I don't have access to it here unfortunately, and sometimes I do, but that's the reason behind it.
So, you're right, I don't expect you to track 238,000 square feet.
285,000 square feet.
Yes, sure, but I'm sorry, referencing 230 at the bottom.
Yeah.
But there's 33 in your list. This is going back to just the counting of our tenants.
Yeah.
There's still, so then if this premise ID is potentially doubled up, we potentially have 32 tenants because one of them has two premise IDs. We still are not reconciling the number of tenants that make up the square footage of this property. There still is confusion. This is another contradiction, like this is a new number from all the numbers that I asked about earlier. So this is what I'm trying to,
Okay.
I'm not trying to get caught up on small details here, but this square footage is a cornerstone of valuation, and we can't seem to get the number of tenants right that are in our park.
Well, what we have here, this is one example of, one of my colleagues did this for me. So we have examples here during our inspections of 5,000, there's two different areas of, how can I say, differences in the leasable area. One of them is we have three tenants. Their PIDs number 4475, 4462, and 4474. So if we look at this here, 4475, we have it listed at 13,080 square feet. The Terracon mailer has 12,150 square feet. Does that seem right? Because you guys
I don't even know who the tenant is. Who are you talking about?
It's High Power Systems.
High power systems, okay.
Let's look at their mailer.
You're right. You're correct, I don't need to, now that I'm the tenant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because you know this better than I would.
Well,
Another
I just don't know who your
descriptive.
like, why do you have to use premise ID? Can you not use names?
This is because names change. If you get a new tenant
So you
in,
can track this. So when it goes back to what's vacant and what's not vacant, which was an earlier question, you said you couldn't be humanly possible expected to keep track of it.
That's not
This is-
important.
how does that-
Evaluation.
Vacancy's
Let's get on point.
So the next discrepancy that we have here is Terracon Developments. What's the square footage there that you guys have in the system?
I don't know, I'm just trying to,
Well,
I'm
no,
not.
no,
I
I'm
don't-
trying to answer your questions here because
No, I know, but I'm not worried about specific IDs, this is
Well-
more conceptual. This is a concept of, we cannot reconcile the number of tenants that are in our park. 'Cause
And
we have
I'm
three different
explaining,
numbers
so
now.
I have 3 tenants here where we have a difference of 5,600 square feet. Where you guys only report the main floor space and during our inspections, we're
Yeah.
including the second floor space.
And I said, Merrick, I don't want you to reconcile the 238,000, I'm just trying to reconcile number of tenants. I don't even wanna talk square footage right now, we can't get a straight number and a straight answer on the number of tenants that are being assessed
Well,
on this park.
I'm explaining the theory and the process here. And so this is what I,
But it's not answering the question of why we have 3 or potentially even 4 now different
because
amounts of tenants.
sometimes areas get combined, like say with regards to Farmer's Edge, they've moved so many times within your complex that the PIDs have changed and we're trying to balance it. They get more square footage, they get less square footage. Buildings are live organisms, they perpetually change. When I worked in office, I would deal with I think it's 175 Carlton, where I'd spend a considerable amount of time and effort cleaning it up, organizing it, having our square footage match the square footage of the mailer. And then what happens, 6 months later, new tenants come in, things change, our square footages are wrong. So overall, with regards to the specifics, well, you say you're not asking worried about specifics, I'm telling you about the concept. So when Farmer's Edge change or people move within the Terracon complex, and there's a breakdown of communication or we don't know, this is why some of these discrepancies occur. And what we're doing here is consistent with every other property within the city of Winnipeg. And no system's perfect, but a lot of people understand the reasoning and the process that we use here. Is that sufficient, Mr. Chairperson?
That's your answer.
That's my answer.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna move on. So page 17, you have a rent of $7.63 here. Why would you use $7.63 when your comps show a weighted average of $6.40? Like that's $1.20 higher.
Okay, so what ends up happening here? Let me just take a look here. And this is on Duran Road?
No, page 17,
No, but,
the potential market rent. The potential
Okay.
market rent is $7.63.
yeah,
And the weight and the comparables that you show for rent comparables on page 11 are a weighted average of $6.40. So you're saying these rents are comparable to the property that we're assessing. The weighted average is $6.40, but then a rent is used of $7.63. I just don't get where the extra $1.23 comes from. Because that's significant. Like the comparables that you're putting forward for this property are significantly less.
then the 1795 or then the
Then-
763?
The 1763. I mean, sorry, the
No.
763 is more, is $1.23 more than the average of your comparables.
Because what happens is probably the quality of the finish and the nature of the building that you guys have, based on our model, is of superior quality and finish, which is why it derives a higher rent.
So where's the facts to support that?
Well, whereas the facts is in your,
Where's your evidence to support $1.20 difference?
is in the rents that you've provided us in your income and expense mailer.
So we're using the market, the income and expense mailer, which you don't believe because we use $3 rents for CPB.
Well, you
Or
say-
the computer generated 763.
So-
You've laid out a buffet here and I'm not sure what to choose.
If we want to, we could go through every one of your leases here and go through that process. No, because what ends up happening here is that.
How can you show
we-
how can you show weighted average market rents of $6.40 That's the market. You've told us that's the
You're
market.
free to argue that the rent should be less. Which we take as being a computer-generated, model-generated rent of $763. If you want to argue that it should be lower, you're free to argue it should be lower.
I simply ask, Mr. Chair, what justifies the $1.20 difference?
Okay.
There must be some facts behind it.
Yeah, because your income and expense mailer doesn't show any facts. So for example here, so if we're looking at $7.63, so let's take a look at the model generator, where it looks at the average. So we got building A, 37 Terracon.
Mr. Froelich, I'm well aware what our income and expense statements show as rents. My question to you very clearly, and I will ask it again, maybe a little bit differently. Of the three buffet that you've put in front of us, market rents, Terracon provided income and expense statements, and how did you come up with $7.63 as rent?
I think we've clearly stated it's a model generated rent, and this is just a sample size of the rents that we have here. We look at everything. I've picked 5 comparables here just to show that we're within the range. We have a lot of other rents in the system that I could have chosen, and I don't think we're being that unrealistic. But if you look at, there are quite a few rents that are in the income and expense mailer that are higher than $7.63 on your income and expense mailer in 2017.
Yes.
So if you look at it blended, if we take the low, we take the high, I don't feel that we're being unreasonable.
So we're just making soup.
Well, multiple
That's not
regression
gonna work.
analysis is a very
That's not a
complicated
question.
process.
Can we stick to questions, please?
We get answers.
Okay, so. Page 18. Your income value summary.
Yep.
What is meant by the asterisk sentence towards the bottom?
Oh,
What does that mean?
so what we're looking at here is that we've included the cost of management with regards to figuring out the estimated potential rent for this property.
What kind of management? What's your definition of management?
Our definition of management is, there's lots of definitions for management out there. It looks at with regards to the overseeing of the process of managing the building,
Of managing the building.
overseeing it,
Okay, so managing the day-to-day of the building.
general management.
General management. So this statement is saying, just so I'm clear, that the assessment department is including the cost of management, is it accommodating the cost of management of?
What we're
managing
doing
the-
is when we're looking at the rents for the property,
Yeah,
rents consist of operating expenses and the net rent that's received to the property. So when I look at your mailers here, it shows rent generated, recoverable expenses. The 5% is taken into the recoverable expenses, just like the cost to run the electrical, the parking, the snow cleaning, everything that's listed on your income expense mailer.
okay. Page 20. Page 20, cap rate evidence. The last line of the first paragraph says that these are not meant to be comparables specific to the subject property. What does that mean?
On page,
On page 20, last line of the first paragraph, it says you're illustrating the accuracy that this page here is supposed to illustrate the accuracy of the model, and they are not meant to be comparable specific to the subject property. What does that mean?
that they're showing the range of cap rates that have taken place for industrial properties within the city of Winnipeg.
Yeah, but what does it mean, they are not meant to be comparable specific to the subject property? What does that mean? That last sentence there.
Well, I think it's self-explanatory. It says that we're not using these cap rates per se for the subject property. I'm not using a 7.5% cap rate because I don't see a 7.5% cap rate here. So this is showing the range of cap rates that take place for industrial properties within the city of Winnipeg that we used.
And it says that, so these net operating incomes have been, first line of the second paragraph, net operating incomes have been developed through stabilizing owner-reported income and expense information. What did you do to stabilize these? So,
Well, with a lot of our cap studies, we look at expenses over a 3-year time horizon to develop a cap rate.
So you're saying that the income and expense statements that were submitted for these properties were taken in by the city, adjusted to stabilize them out?
You know, the type of data that we get is not always the best. We do the best we can with the data that we receive. Sometimes we use 3-year stabilization, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we look at what they provided us for net income, and we put what they provided us as net income versus the sale price versus what we have as a model generated to see if we're within reason. So.
Did you write this?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you didn't write this page?
No, I did not.
Did you write the report?
Report?
Like the whole brief, the whole thing that we're talking about? Okay.
We have department information that's included in the report. Aspects of the report I have created, but it's, you know, one person doesn't have the resources to calculate all the information that's in this report.
Okay. And so this being a standard sheet, so now that I understand that you didn't write it, that's why the office, retail, and multifamily are included here. This is a template generic sheet that's included?
That is correct.
Okay. Page 21. This page I understand cap rates quite well, but this page I did not understand. What is this, what does this mean? What is this page trying to, if you were to give me a sentence or a couple sentences of what this page is trying, what are you trying to prove from your brief by this page, what would that be?
In a sentence,
A sentence or two, sure. I'm just trying to get what this page is getting.
so what we've done is for these properties here, we've looked at the differences between what organizations receive for recoverable information, for recoverables from their leases. And we've, based on that information, based on looking at what the net rents are, what they receive for expenses, this shows the range of properties of what the non-recoverable expense ratio is. So we got a range from 0.36% for non-recoverable expenses to a high of 3.82%. And so this shows the range, which is our median, is 1.2%. We use a 2%. So this shows the difference, the gap.
So this is justifying your 2% of the structural allowance, the other?
Yep.
Okay. Why only include, out of the probably thousands of industrial properties in the city, why only include one? When we're talking about an industrial property? Like, there's commercial office in here, I just don't feel that they're similar, right? Like, you see what I'm getting at, you're justifying the 2% with this, but you're using commercial office to do it instead
Well,
of
you
thousands
know,
of.
but the thing is, it's really unique here, right? Because with regards to the shortfall rates that take place, it's just, our information's consistent with regards to industrial properties. You
So wait,
know,
these are
usually,
shortfall?
no, what happens here is, pardon me, the 2% here that we have is consistent with regards to what we've done in our analysis. Maybe we don't have good data for other properties, this is what we have here.
That's unfortunate that there's only one industrial property. Well, it's odd that we're talking, so you're using it to justify the 2%. We're not arguing about that, so I'm not gonna go further into this. But okay, so you brought up our 2006 mailer. I'm gonna go to the first page of your unnumbered pages.
Okay.
So, are you aware that the companies that you have highlighted here are non-arm's length entities?
That is
Or
correct.
sorry, they're arm's length entities?
Well,
They're a related company?
they're related to the Terracon business
Okay.
operations, yes.
So, now, are you aware that when you said our income and expense statements aren't factual, that this is actually what we get paid, we're not making these numbers?
No, when I say that, they're not current market conditions.
Okay, that's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not factual, it's just, yes, I'll accept the fact that they're not market, but I don't accept the fact that you're saying that we're making this up.
No, they're not current.
Suggested that, they just
Yeah.
said weren't market.
Okay, excellent. The income and expense detail sheet, where you have property management highlighted at 5%?
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna try and wrap my head around this argument. Are you saying that the city has removed the 5% of what was the non-recoverable management, of what used to be the non-recoverable management fee, because this 5% is listed here?
No. We've looked at all office buildings within the city of Winnipeg
Okay.
and all income and expense mailers, and management is included in the CAM costs.
You said office buildings, I'm assuming you mean
Office-
industrial buildings.
Office, industrial, retail, commercial properties in general, they are recovered the CAM costs. And in some organizations where we do mom and pop operations that are a lot smaller, you know, there's not a 5% management fee as well.
Can you speak to?
My default, and in fairness, my default position's office. I worked in office for 9 years, so.
Fine.
When I say that, I mean commercial properties in general.
So can you, I'm trying now to relate your argument, because you're saying that management expenses are recovered.
Yes,
So can you explain to me what the 5% of what used to be labeled management, what is non-recoverable management, can you explain to me what what that deduction used to cover? Like, what was that deduction for?
you know what? All I know is when I looked at many income expense mailers over the years, a 5% management fee, and with regards to the courses that I've taken in University of British Columbia, when I've completed my dually, a 5% management fee was usually listed as a normal expense. And with regards to a normal expense, with regards to under property management, it's generic.
Okay.
But it's something that is used. And because we'll have income and expense mailers that show management being as a recoverable expense. Sometimes they're not, sometimes they're included in sometimes we have a general CAM, right? Sometimes we'll have a management fee assessed to them. So what we're saying though is that the property management as an organization is recovered in the recoverable expenses.
Yes, that's it. And this is a misnomer, and this is a very small difference in wording, but it's very important with the definition. This is property management, and property management, I agree with you, is completely a recoverable expense. We listed on all of them. Even the fact that this is from 2006, our 2018 mailer shows property management recovery. This 5% here, I'm just interested, you went back to 2006 to get it, but did you look at like 2010? You looked at 2011, 2014?
You know what, see, the reason why I included this document here is because I wanted to show the $3 rents from 2006.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
you know what, and I didn't look at them all because I've killed enough trees as it is for these presentations. They could be there, they could not be there. I don't have access to them right now.
Okay, and are you aware though that we don't list this and haven't for over 10 years as a percentage? Like it's been over 10 years. It's been over 10 years. We don't list it as a percentage.
All I'm saying though is that
I just want to know,
I think
maybe-
I've answered the
do you
reasoning
rec-
behind the 5% sufficiently, or do you need more information there, Mr. Chairperson?
You give the answer you wish to give.
I think the line of questioning right now is redundant and it's just going around in circles.
No, because this is very important in the definition, and I'm going to get to it in my brief, but I just need to make sure that I'm understanding it the way that you're understanding it, so that we can talk apples to apples. You're aware that we don't list property management as a percentage, and this was done only for a small time frame as a percentage, just because this is 2006.
I know it's not in your 2017 mailer.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this brief.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute break now then,
Thank you.
and come back. Okay, thank you. We're back in session. We're at the point of any board questions to the assessor on the first property, 1 Terracon.
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, me neither, so we will go on to the, which one makes sense next, the
I think
1351
1351 Dugald.
Okay, I'll leave extra space.
That's just following the order.
Yeah. And you don't have to go over each point on the 5% and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm fine. I did forget to include some information though. Moving forward, we will be more condensed depending upon the questions. File number 191456, roll number 06050240000. The revised recommendation for this property, and this is based on the adjustments and the calculations provided to us by the Terracon Group afterwards. So the overall breakdown is $217,000 for the 40E exempt portion of it, and $4,509,000 for the 60T portion of it, with an overall value of $4,726,000. And I will go through the calculation in my brief.
Okay, proceed.
We have a number of buildings 2, number of stories 1. The actual year built for this building is 2001. Wall height's 22 feet that we have listed here. We have a plan area of 63,000 square feet, and we have a leasable area of 64,830. And the difference is with regards to the second floor space. I've never been in this property, but on page 2 shows pictures of where it's located at on Dougal Road. Top of page 3 shows the highlighted portion of where the building is on the far right-hand side, or on the eastern part of the building here. One thing to note, which is interesting, is there must be a special allowance, because if you look just to the north of the building, there's a straight long parallel to it. And that portion of the land is owned by CN, but I guess there's an agreement with regards to Terracon and CN with regards to why they were able to build not on their property. And the bottom of page 3 shows a more detailed picture of that. What we have here is based on the 2017 income and expense mailer. We're showing a total of 63,000 square feet, which includes both the exempt portion and the taxable portion, and the discrepancies on the 1,830 square feet for the second floor. What we have here reported is we're showing a range of rents. The lowest one being signed in October of 2015 at $575. And then we got some rents here in just under $10. Some are just under $8. One at $6.95, and the high one at $10.95 a square foot. The biggest one that we have here is all-weather windows at 18,000 square feet, using $8.50. Similar to the last property, on the right-hand side is a list of all the general operational expenses that they have for this property. Left-hand side shows the net rentable income. We have the gross rentable area of 63,000 square feet as well. We have the recoverable expenses. Then we're showing the operating expenses, the realty taxes, and the non-recoverable maintenance. Vacancy is 0% for this building as well. And similar to what I'd shown on the lease, the range of leases that have taken place. I guess we got some in 2013 at $7.75 a square foot, or $7.75, $7.95. We have the one that I mentioned for $5.75. And overall, rent comparables that we have are just showing a range of rents, everywhere from $6.95, which is other Terracon properties, going all the way to $10.95, and then we've got a range here as well. So what we have here, as I just go through the calculations, I'm gonna show you what the initial model rent would be generated for this property, which does not include all the other special deductions that we make for cap rates with regards to the non-recoverable maintenance, the non-recoverable infrastructure, and the capital requirements. So what we have here, and I do believe we're using actuals, but let me double check. So 442,193 divided by 61,830 works out to $7.15. Rent for this, for the flex warehouse standard portion of it, seems to be pretty reasonable, and maybe a touch on the low end if we're looking at the subject property leases. We have the 2.5% vacancy. We have expenses at 2%, shortfall of $375, with a net operating income of $416,000, using a 6% cap rate because this is a newer building, built in 2001. So the cap rate that we have, the value that we have of this building under normal model and market conditions where we're not taking care, where the city of Winnipeg does all the infrastructure, is just under $7 million at $6,945,000. And the estimated market value that we have with all the deductions works out to $4,617,000. The flex warehouse standard portion of it is 3,000 square feet using $7.58. I'm just gonna double check here if we have this one listed here. No, we do not. This is the 40E portion of it. What we have here is because it's a smaller, under normal conditions, if this was a standalone building, it's a different income stream. It's 5.5% cap rate. But I didn't use this in my total calculations, but I'm just putting this here under normal circumstances because we know the 3,000s combined with the other 60,000 square feet that we have here. I'll explain that further just moving forward. Page 8 shows the email that we had received from Daniel in August, and it shows the breakdown that I used for the non-recoverable maintenance and non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement costs. Some of our numbers may be different, but it all adds up in the end. So using a breakdown of 72.2% for one Terracon Place, those expenses were $324K, $1,433,000 or 44, and $760. For the subject property on Dougal Road, our breakdown of 16.2%, the 449 works out to 72,790. Of the non-recoverable infrastructure is 321,704, and for the capital replacement of 174,16. And as you can see here, those totals add up to what was provided to us by the Terracon Group. Overall, on page 9, I'm just showing this here for information because it's standardized, but the cap rate of that 5.97% is not something which was used for the valuation of this property. It just shows you the values of what the property would be under normal market conditions without the special status that Terracon receives. So what we're going to do here, I'm looking at page 10 and looking also at page 9. So what we have here for the 64,000, so what I've done here is I've created one income stream for the property. So this includes both the exempt and the taxable portion of it. So I have one blended rate of 64,830 square feet, using $7.17, using a vacancy of 2.5%, coming up with an effective income of $453,210. I've used our standard shortfall rates of 375 and 2%. So if we look at page 8, under non-recoverable maintenance of $72,790. Non-recoverable maintenance, $72,790. I deducted that as expenses for non-recoverable expenses for $72,791. Total expenses works out to $87,933. Comes up with a net operating income of $665,277. Our adjustment to this, for this property is 7%. So what happens is that if you saw the previous two pages here, we had cap rates of 6% and 5.5. Well, I bumped up the 5.5 automatically to 6%, and I used a 7% cap rate for the entire building here. So what we have here is we have an income value of $5,218,000. I've deducted the $321,704, which matches what I have on page 8. And I have deducted $170,416, which also matches what I have on page 8. So we have the total capital replacement cost of their contribution for the Google property, where it's out there. So I'm being consistent in my process based on the information that Terracon has given us. So what I've done here, and I just did this based on square footage. So what I did is I did 40E exempt portion. My value for that would be $217,000. And for 60T, my value is $4,509,000. Rounded up comes $4,426,000.
726.
726, okay, yeah. Thank you. Which is consistent. Page 11 has our cap rates. And I also have an information package just with regards to non-recoverable expenses and whatnot. And it's just, there's many board decisions that have looked at leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvement allowances, and free rent. You know, the inclusion of these non-recoverable expenses is contrary to the municipal board case law. There's a long-standing history of municipal board orders that state these items should not be treated as expenses. And I have the file order numbers here, and I'm sure you guys are aware of them. I could read them off if you wish. And that concludes my final presentation.
Okay, questions on this property?
Okay. Have you inspected this property, Mayor?
No, I have not, just driven by it.
Are you aware that this parcel shares services with One Terracon and 101 Elan? Like underground infrastructure, roads, access?
Yeah, which is why we did the deductions accordingly.
Okay. Yep. Page 4 here, your page 4 at the bottom. You list this as, at the bottom in bold there, you have basic rent is $836 and the adjusted rent is $752.
Yeah,
You mean, you're just typing what's in the clear?
I have trouble reading
Okay.
it, so this is for my own reference, you know what I mean?
And it-
What we're saying is that the rent that you receive is $836, and according to
And then-
municipal board orders, which we don't take off the commissions, we don't take out the lease, the free rent, we don't do that, it's just for my own purposes, because of how it prints out, I wanted to make it clear for everyone to be able to read it.
I asked that just because adjusted sounded weird, it's not like we're adjusting the rent, it's just that's the net effective rent. So I
Well,
just wanted to be clear that you were just because it didn't copy well.
Oh,
That's why you're
well.
opening it there.
it was for purposes of, well, it is an adjustment.
We won't get into that. That's. So, on page, so the subject property leases are on page 5. The rent comparables on page 6. You're aware that the top 3 properties are from the property we just discussed, right?
Yep,
So your rent comps are from One Terracon Place.
yep,
Okay. Do you know what building that is?
no clue.
Okay.
Well, if we take the time, I could probably find out.
I think it's building F. So it's just, we're talking about the office one, we're not talking about the one that was labeled FW, the odd one, we're not talking about that one.
Which is the other one.
Sorry, these are building E, so, and the other one, so this is just the standard office, I guess is what I'm
Okay.
getting at, it's the larger proportion.
You know what, I just did this for illustration purposes. We're using $7.15. I'm showing a range of $6.95, $7.25, $9.85.
So if, now I'm gonna come back to this page a little bit, but on page 10, you list the cap rate as 7% for this property,
Yes.
page 10. Now, you have used rent comparables and tenant comparables from our neighboring property, which got a 7.5% cap rate. Why are the tenants good enough to compare, but not the cap rate?
Well, because it's a smaller square footage. A higher cap rate's defined because this square footage is only 63,000 square feet, and the other property's 285,000 square feet. So what happens is if this is a standalone unit selling by itself, there's more buyers and sellers that could be able to afford to buy this property as opposed to the property at One Terracon Place.
Yeah, well, we just talked about how the services are shared and the parcels can't be separated. So you're saying that we're gonna isolate this one, but they can't be separated. So it's contradictory.
What we're looking at is that we're dealing with hypotheticals. What you're saying is hypotheticals. The reality of the situation is that there's shared services and whatnot. If a new buyer was looking into it, they have access to city services from Dougal Road.
No, you do not.
Well, I am not as familiar with the property as you are, and I
Well,
take full credit for
I
that.
just
But
want this
what-
to be factual.
Yep, and so what happens here is that cap rates for smaller buildings have a lower cap rate.
Okay, so this is purely a model decision and not a decision that's rooted in any sort of appraisal theory, principles, anything like that. This is
I
purely
would,
a
I would, I
model.
would disagree,
Spit this out.
I would disagree with that, because what happens is more people could afford to buy a $4 million property than a person who would be able to afford a $20 million.
But they can't be separated. We
What's
just
that?
said that. But they can't be separated, so we're talking about a $15 million property. So the fact of them, this being a smaller property is irrelevant. It's the fact of the matter is that you're presenting shared comparables here, saying that the tenants are comparable, yet somehow the cap rate differs.
Well, the difference is because if we looked at the comparables, if we looked at picture that's on One Terracon Place, and if we looked at the property at 1351 Terracon Place, and if we're looking at the market rents, we wouldn't see a huge difference in the quality of the finish. So that's why I have no problems using the rents from One Terracon Place. However, if a purchaser was looking to buy a bigger property, right? If they're looking to purchase a bigger property, and it's not always the case, because you'll have large sales of income producing properties that are doing really, really well with very, very low cap rates. The cap rate study that we have on 1100 Waverly, which is very similar but different in terms of location, in terms of size, slightly smaller, had a very low cap rate. But what happens is that was overall indicative of the vacancy, of the rent, of the location, of different circumstances. So you can't pigeonhole one generic answer for one thing, because our profession's very subjective. We could have 5 people in a room doing a case study on this property and come up with 5 different values. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to be consistent. We're as best as we can, because we're not always, you can't have standardized rule. You have, but you haven't, because we live in a lot of gray.
I guess what I'm getting at is that we're looking at one side of the equation. So would it be fair then, so under your premise that we're gonna look at 1351 Dougal in isolation, so would it not be fair then, if we're gonna deal with this hypothetical situation, that we should have then a deduction on 1351 Dougal to purchase access to services from One Terracon? Like, that's what I mean, we're only looking at one side of the equation. It's very convenient that we isolate it and only talk about cap rate, but we aren't looking at the other deductions that would come in with actually how that would make sense.
I disagree with that completely, because we have a 1% premium on the cap rate.
But there would need to be, if somebody could, in theory, isolate 1351 Dougal and purchase it,
Yeah.
there would need to be a deduction from valuation for access to the services. You would need to purchase all the services, your share of the services for the whole complex. So that's what I'm getting at. We can't say,
But
well,
it's a hypothetical situation though.
and that's why we shouldn't be looking at 7%, we should be looking at 7.5%.
Well, the point is, if we had 7.5%,
Okay, give us,
Mr. Mills, you'd want 8%.
cap rate argument to, when you present.
Okay.
Like I said before, no matter what cap rate we use, you'd always want the higher one. I could have a 7.5% cap rate, and you'd ask for 8.
But
No,
So
actually, you're right.
just to confirm though,
Yeah.
you do acknowledge and accept the fact that 1351 Dougal, 1 Terracon Place, and 101 Elan operate as a single economic unit.
That is, they are interconnected, but, and we can't do this because they're a single economic unit, but there's 2 different property owners. The property here is owned,
Beneficial owner is all Terracon development.
but so then are you saying that we could replot this and make this one economic unit? Would you like that?
Yes, it would make things easier.
Okay, well, so if there's no issues with regard to
No, but on
that.
IQ at 21, Mr. Froelich, I need things simple.
Yeah,
And
you know
lots
what,
of
well,
pictures.
that's maybe something we'll look forward to going forward. Like if you have no, because it, like right now, this process is not ideal.
So, Mr. Froelich, let me ask you another question. Are you aware of how the land drainage system works within the integrated units
Mr.
of
Falk,
3 properties?
to me, that is grandstanding because you know the answer to that question.
Well, I'm just
No, I
thinking
do
if
not.
you're- Thank you. Do you think that would have a bearing on the ability to sever it and sell it?
Like I said, this is a unique property and we make many.
Why we're here.
we
If we were
make
standard, we wouldn't even be here. We would be out drinking coffee together.
I find that highly unlikely, but we make significant adjustments for the uniqueness of the Terracon property.
Can we agree then that the significant adjustments and discounts and special status, those are the 3 terms I've written down already, from the assessment department with respect to non-recoverable expenses, non-recoverable infrastructure, and cap rate replacement, which you, at the beginning of your presentation, talked about your qualification, knowledge, and the 3 things that this unique property receives. Can we agree that these 3 things received are not discounts, are not special status, and are not gifts from the assessment department? That they are factual, supported market conditions which the department is ethically obligated to use for a fair and transparent assessment? Yes or no?
There's never a yes or no
Yes, there is.
question.
This is as yes and no as it comes. It's as
He-
black and white.
He's free to give the answer he wishes.
Thank you. We make many accommodations for this, and 99%, 99.5% of our properties do not go through the deductions that we give the Terracon group. So to answer the question, no, I don't agree with that. It's unique, yes, but we make many accommodations for this property.
All right, to use your word, are the accommodations factual, supported market conditions which the department ethically is obligated to use for a fair and transparent process?
He's answered that question.
And his answer was no? Can I clarify that?
Well,
The answer to my question was no?
I didn't even answer to my question, thank you.
Could I get
And-
clarification, because I don't understand his answer?
And with respect, I mean, the department has given certain deductions and discounts and cap rates according to.
Which are
that.
required
Well,
under standard appraisal and valuation techniques.
well, that's fine.
Is it
So they're
legislative?
doing it. So what's the point of the question? They've
Is it
given you
legislative?
deductions. So let's not get into semantics here. You've given the
It's
deductions.
not semantics, Mr. Chairman.
So let's go on with the question.
Okay. So the adjusted income value on page 10,
Yeah.
how did you proportion out the 217 at the bottom and the 4509
Square footage.
square footage? So
Yeah.
3,000 divided by 64,830?
Oh, the overall value, if I remember correctly, yes.
Okay, because I'm getting a number that's just slightly different. If I take 3,000 divided by 64,830, I get 4.627%. And I get
I did a mathematical calculation based on that. I don't recall how I did it. Just if we're looking at 217 divided by 426 equals 4.5%, 4.59%, right? So if we go
Yeah, no, I get how you
If
work it
if you
backwards
get
that way.
3,000, well, let me finish, because you asked the question, divided by 64,830, works out to 4.6%.
Okay, I'm just,
You asked it, so I want to answer
yeah,
it.
there just seems, there's a small discrepancy, and it's small, it's only gonna be $1,700, but I'm just wondering, it
Well-
seems a little bit more than rounding, but that's how it was based proportional on
Square footage.
square footage? Okay,
It's just
that
easier
answers-
to do it that way.
That's fine, that answers my question, and that's fine, I agree with that methodology. We won't go down the road of vacancy allowance, vacancy and shortfall and cap rate. They're the same, I have the same questions as I did
Yeah,
on
those
last one.
questions
Yep.
will be assumed to be asked and
Yep.
answered as per last.
Yep. Thank you. So why did the rent change? Now, did you, I guess when you proportion it out that way, you're assuming that the rents for the 3,000 square foot exempt unit stays the same, is that correct?
I use the,
Because it's
I use the
proportional?
average.
Okay.
So we had, what is the actual rent for this, for the 3,000
Oh,
square
I
foot
just-
portion?
I think-
I'm just curious, because I don't know now.
I
That's why I'm
don't
asking. WRHA? Yeah, so the actual rent's $795. Is that right?
If that's what's in the mailer,
Okay.
for 2017, sure. Do you have any further questions? No, I have no further questions.
Okay, Marlon, do you have any questions? Brent?
Just, Merrick had answered who the class code 40 area was.
Yeah,
It's
that was gonna be
WRHA.
my question. My assumption was
Yep.
WRH.
Yep, it's just complex properties, lots of information.
Okay, so we go then to 101 Eland Boulevard.
Sorry, it's just, I have tons of information here, I need to get organized.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You don't wanna get like me and have paper all over the place.
Oh, and I do have paper all over. Okay, I think I'm good here. It's gonna be hard to do a conclusion for all these properties at the same time. Just realizing this. Let me just get some water, please. File number is 19-1381. Property that we're looking at is 09-007768-100. The assessed value for this property was initially $5,984,000. And we've reduced it quite significantly to $3,848,000. Let me just double check on my calculations here, yep. So that's a significant reduction. What we've done here is that This building was built in 1998. It has wall feet height of 25 feet, and we have a leasable area of 45,000 square feet. And this one's unique because there is a large land to plan area, 44.18. We were asking for the assessment to be reduced. I have not been in this building. I have no pictures of this building. I have no knowledge of this building other than driving by it. Property owner has been compliant with regards to filling out the income and expense mailer. And the pictures on page 2 show an overview of the building. Page 3 shows a closer view. And number 3 shows where it's located on the actual building. So out of all the 3 properties, in terms of the location of this building and the development potential of this building, you know, it's long and narrow. It's not as close to Dougal Road, and it's right beside our rail line. It's very close to Dougal and Lagimodier. And what I've done here is I've just shown some sections of the pictures. Here's the western section of the property, and there's the eastern section of the property with all the vacant land that we talked about. For this property, we matched the subject leases of $6.39 a square foot for the 45,000 square feet. This building is 100% full, 0% vacancy on page 4. Page 5 shows the same breakdown of what we had stated before with regards to the general operating expenses for the building, what the net rental income is, the gross rentable area, and just an overview. Bottom of page 5 shows the breakdown and calculations with regards to what we had done. I showed a more complete version of this of 101 Elan in my previous brief. It just shows that we're being consistent in our process. The percentage for Elan was 11.6% reduction. On page 60, on page 6, we have the original model generator workup for this property, where we have model rents of $7.25 and $7.90 to come up with 332,000. We have vacancy loss of 2.5%, expenses at 2%, overall cap rate of 6%. To be more reflective of the smaller size, we came up with a capitalized value for this property of $5,218,000 rounded up. We added additional value to land of $3,056,000, but the overall value for this property is $3,909,000, which is what we had initially for this property. If you look at page 7, my recommendation is based on the following calculations, factoring in the non-recoverable maintenance, the non-recoverable infrastructure, and the capital replacement. So we matched the rent at $639. We have 2.5% vacancy, shortfall of $3.75. We deducted $52,122 for non-recoverable maintenance. Total expenses $61,948. The net operating income of $218,000. We added the 1% premium to this, so we have a cap rate of 7% to come up with a value of $3,120,000. What we've done is we've used the excess land rate of $30,000 a square feet, which is low, and to come up with a value of 36 acres a square feet of $1,080,000. That works out to 68 cents a square foot. If you remember correctly, the average rents for the properties on Camille from my previous presentation was around $150,000 an acre. Indicated market value is $3,849,000. Page 7 shows the breakdown of my calculations where it matches. So if you look at 101 Elan, you can see the $52,121 non-recoverable maintenance, the $230,356, and the 122,026. Rent comparables are just showing the range. We're matching the rents at $6.39 for this property. You know, all the rents here are supportive of what we have here. Page 9 just shows the one-page summary of the comparable land sales that are similar. But bear in mind, the sales price per square foot are a lot higher than what we've used. But in the same regards, the area is inferior to the land sales that I have here, which is why there's such a reduction. Page 10 shows our standardized cap rates. And that concludes my presentation.
Good. Questions on this particular property?
Sure. So, I'm gonna flip right to page 7. But under the premise, and I know you answered this for 1351 Google, but just because this one's different, you're aware that this also is in the line of shared services?
Yeah,
Okay.
which
Excellent.
is why we've done the deductions.
Okay, excellent. The 639, that's a model generated?
No, those are actuals.
639 is actuals.
That's what I read and that's what I came across.
Okay.
Because if we use the blended rate here,
Okay.
which sort of makes sense.
Okay, no, I'm fine, we're proposing a higher rent anyway, so I'm fine with yours. So, again, the rent comparables that you provided on page 8, just noting that the first 3 are from the one Terracon parcel. Are you aware that we shuffle tenants within our park? Like,
Oh
we've had
yeah,
tenants-
that's what makes keeping control of spaces and locations and where people are and how square footage changes on a regular basis.
Okay. And just a question, even though we're not disputing the rent for this property, but why not use the rent comparables that you used on the one Terracon? Like, you had all those good rent comps that we were talking about on page 8 or page 9. Why go to a separate, like, these buildings are right beside each other, why go to a separate set of comps?
Well, I think the comps should be the same because of the nature of it. It's just, once I created the main brief, I just cut and paste the comparables. So they're within the range, the quality of the finishes are the same. You know, we're using 639. I have a range here from 695 to 1095. So just being expedient to save time.
And then to the point of right on the front page, it says the assessment has been reduced. Just on this.
That's my recommendation.
Okay, yeah. The word, I guess, reduction is a little bit,
That's my recommendation to the
Yeah.
board, so.
okay, slightly misleading. We're correcting. It's because, like you had said, we do the numbers late, so then we get them to you, we give you the numbers, so the assessment roll gets corrected, right?
No, I'm making a recommendation to the board after my evaluation of it to change the assessment from 5.94 million to 3. It's semantics, and
Okay.
I understand that, but bottom line is I'm prepared to live with this
Yeah.
assessment if you are.
Okay. I understand what you mean. Do you have any questions? No further questions.
Okay, Brent, any questions?
Just one, if you turn to page 3, and you look at the bottom picture, and I don't know if you can answer this question. It looks like it's an extension of a concrete roadway to the right of the building,
Page 3, what am I looking at here? Which picture, Brent?
the one at the bottom.
Okay, the one at the bottom. There is, towards the bottom of the, see, I'm not that familiar with the property, but that just seems like, there's the main building here, and that's additional parking. Daniel, you could probably answer this better than I
Am
can.
I allowed to answer?
Well,
You go ahead if it's for
I don't know the answer.
That's an additional parking though.
Okay.
It's not a building.
Okay.
So I didn't think it was a building, but.
No, and I remember, and it looks like cars there.
That's an unused parking lot. No, those are trees. that
Those are
are
trees?
planted.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not used
Yeah.
anymore.
Thank you, that's it for me.
Okay,
No questions.
okay, I have no particular questions on this. Does anybody need a break before going into your brief? Maybe just 5 minutes?
Yeah, I could be 5 minutes.
number.
Well, but the entire area is 5465, you know.
I know, but it wasn't you,
Once the other expired, then redo it. That's what I do. That's what it works. Okay, you can proceed.
Before we start off, I just have one other question because my colleague here shared this with me. There's that question about 606 square feet of square footage that was asked on it. So what we've done is in that situation here, I guess because of the uniqueness of that space, is that we actually created a separate PID for that property on the second floor, which was strictly storage space. It was an office space. So that explains the discrepancy that you know, I was asked why we come up with that, right? Considering their business model is either 1,500 square feet, 3,000, 4,500 square feet. So that was a situation where it was second floor space of 606.
Okay, thank you for that. You can proceed with your presentation.
Ready to proceed? Okay. So, as I mentioned roughly before we had started off, is that given the interconnectedness of these parcels, we create and present one brief for all three titles. So the whole brief that I'm gonna go through here now includes 1 Terracon Place, 101 Elan Boulevard, and 1351 Dugald. So it'll directly mirror the three presentations that Mr. Frolick just presented, however, we're going to do it in one. So on page 1, I put the table of contents in here in case there needed to be referenced later. I have nothing to speak to on that. So in terms of our statement of issues, the thing that I want to talk about today, we're going to talk about the leasehold area. The non-recoverable maintenance, as Merrick had mentioned, we're okay with. There's no disagreement there. They were revised in his brief, so I'm going to graze over those. There's no disagreement with that. Same thing with the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacements. So 2, 3, and 4 we're settled on. The base cap rate I'm gonna speak to, as mentioned, we believe that it should be 7%. I know it's slightly lower than what the assessor is presenting in one of the properties. However, we are looking for a cap rate adjustment, and this goes back to what I'll explain further in my brief, but the science behind how this was originally constructed and how this was built and really rooted in theory. The lease rate, I'm gonna speak to that as well as the vacancy, the shortfall rate, the 5% non-recoverable management expense that was removed, and then just clarification on the tax exempt premises. So I'm not gonna go through all those numbers because there's 3 properties and multiplication means a lot of numbers, but those are the items that I'm gonna speak to
What
today.
page are you on, Daniel? I can't find it now.
Statement of issues on page 2.
Okay,
I didn't make it very far, sorry.
okay. Is it this, or am I missing something?
It's a matrix, yeah, there you go.
Okay, no problem. I thought I'd see, maybe that was on the Mazenot property.
Yeah, Mazenot, I just had a list, this one is a
Okay,
matrix
okay,
because it's
sorry, yep.
in one, and so I'm not gonna speak to every number, it's
Yeah,
just gonna
I
get redundant.
understand. Okay.
So a quick overview of 1 Terracon Place. The total land area is roughly almost 48 acres. The building area is 279,818. As a note, the assessor had said in his brief that there was a change in area from the previous assessment to this one. No new construction has been completed since the last assessment cycle. However, we did include the glass building extension onto the CPB building that Merrick was speaking to. So that's the reason for the discrepancy in error. It's something that I'd worked with the assessor on last time. It didn't make it into the 2018 tax year, so I wanted to put it into the 2020 tax year. So no new construction, but we're just reconciling the areas. We agree with the assessor on the 6 acres of vacant unserviced land and the zoning for the parcels MMU. So a quick history on the assessment. We saw the assessment in 2018 go from 18 million down to almost 13 million, and now we're back up to 21 million. So this is a 65.5% increase, and there's been no new construction on the property. So flipping to page 4, we have our overview of 101 Elan, which is the total land area for this one's 45.5 acres with 36 acres of vacant unserviced land. And we agree with the assessor on this value as well, so the 36 is not in question. The zoning on this parcel is also MMU, and in 2018 we had the original assessment of 3.5, and went down to 2.1, and now we're back up to, and mind you, this was before the correction, so I'll just insert the Merrick's number into here, about 3 and change. So, and again, on this parcel, no new construction since the last assessment cycle. On page 5, we have 1351 Dougal overview. Again, this one a lot smaller of a parcel, only 4.5 acres with a building area of 63,000 square feet. This parcel is fully developed with no unserviced land available for future development. The zoning on this parcel is also MMU, and in 2018, this is where the exemption came into play. So we originally had an assessment value of 3.8 million, where the board took it to 3.2 plus the 147.5 for the exemption. So this year, going to the 2020 assessed value, it's roughly a 44 and 52% increase to the 4.6 million on the taxable and the 224,000 for the exempt portion. And keep in mind, the 224 is slightly changed now, I believe it's 217. Sorry, with the revised brief by the assessor. Again, on this parcel, no new construction, building construction or expansion since the last assessment cycle. So as I had alluded to in my line of questioning, the Terracon Business Park consists of 12 multi-tenant flex spaces that do cover 3 parcels of land with three separate addresses, and that's the ones that we just went through. But together they share services and function as a single economic unit. We have tenants that move from one building to the next and one parcel to the next unknowingly. Our tenants view it as a park. Our tenants don't view it as separate titles, separate buildings. We're one entity to them.
And the servicing that goes into those parks, so the sewer, the water, the underground, the road access, the hydro and gas utilities are all interconnected. They physically cannot be separated. Yes, they are in separate roles and they have 3 separate titles, but they physically cannot be separated.
So, as Michael was saying, that's, even though they're separate, we can't subdivide the parcels because of the interconnectedness. If the park was ever to be sold, it would have to be sold as a package of all 3 parcels. There's no way to separate out one of them without the other. So the interconnectedness and the shared access point prevent the isolation of the parcels, say from a marketability standpoint. Reference year and date is April 1st, 2018 for the tax year of 2020. And figure 1 out shows the global overview of the park. So we have 1351 Dougal in the south along Dougal Road, 1 Terracon in the middle, and we have 101 Eland stretching all the way to Bernays, which is off of the page here. That's the long skinny parcel that we were talking about previously. So on to page 7. The valuation methodology in leasable area, because we have the interconnectedness of the site, it's important for the valuation methodology to establish proportionate shares for each of the titles. And the way that we do the proportionate shares for the titles is we take the leasable area of each title, sum it up, and then create a percentage of each parcel of the whole. So Terracon Business Park as a whole is 387,818 square feet. Whereas, for example, 101 Eland in the middle is 45,000 square feet, therefore it takes a proportionate share of 11.6%. The assessor has used our proportionate share in the breakdown of his non-recoverable expenses, so we're in agreement there. This is also how we look at the total valuation of the park. We're going to take all 3 parcels and sum them up together, but we'll look at them in isolation for assessment purposes. So the non-recoverable infrastructure and maintenance expenses, this is actually something that is rooted in legislation, and I'll speak to it a bit. I'm not going to go in too much into it just because we are in agreement with the concepts as well as the values that are assigned to this, but it is legislated. In 2002, we had the municipal board hearing, 117 is Terracon versus the city assessor, where it's identified that this property is unique in that it is the only industrial property in Winnipeg where the infrastructure such as roads, sewers, water lines, street lighting, sidewalks, retention ponds, and landscaping was built, maintained, and will be required to be replaced by the owner. So, just a small overview on that, and we're asking the board and the assessor, which has agreed, to accept these precedents again for the 2020 assessment rule. So on page 8, we talk about the capital replacement, and again, the assessor and ourselves are in agreement with this, so I don't want to get too bogged down with this topic, but as mentioned, when this infrastructure, the roads, the sewer, the water lines, the ponds come to the end of their useful life, Terracon at their own expense will be required to replace these infrastructure assets. So therefore, that is the reason for the capital deduction. And a brief overview is the capital replacement category is unique. The owner will be, or they will be obligated to rebuild the public infrastructure elements, because without this, the park would not be able to function. So, again, I'm not gonna get too far down and read verbatim here, just because we are in agreement with it, but we're asking that it be accepted into the 2020 rule. So page 9, this is the breakdown. So the brief table that Merrick had provided for the non-recoverable expenses, this is the expanded version. So you'll notice the number at the bottom is gonna line up with the number that he had presented, and we're in agreement with that. This is just the blown up version. So I won't go through every line, but just a quick overview of what this means is in the common areas of the park, Terracon's responsible for weeding, tree cutting, signage, late maintenance. We gotta cut the grass, we gotta clear the snow. Some years there's even vandalism. We have fountains that need to be maintained, and those are on an annual basis. So these are annual expenses incurred in the common areas in the park. So we're in agreement with them. And we're in agreement with the assessor, so we'll move on to page number 10. So on page 10, we take the same proportionate shares that I had talked about earlier, 72, 11, and 16%, and we proportion this out from the non-recoverable maintenance number that I just presented. So they total up to the 449, 325. We're not in disagreement with that, but this is just how they're broken out. Same thing with the non-recoverable infrastructure in table 4, same proportions, but we use the non-recoverable infrastructure number of 1.9 million and then proportion it out to the 3 separate titles. On page 11, we do the exact same thing with capital replacement. Again, totaling 100% over the 3 parcels. And I will note in here where these numbers come from quickly, as just a quick overview, is we hire a consulting firm for each one of the 3 parks. And we're not talking about the other park today, Tuxedo, but so WSP, an engineering firm here in the city, comes, they quantify, tabulate all our infrastructure in a nice big spreadsheet, and then calculate the numbers that we've provided here. So these are rooted, and in appendix 1, if you flip to the back, which is page 30, appendix 1 shows the summary of the non-recoverable expenses. So you'll notice that these match what we have in the report here and what we agree on the assessor with.
So they're quantifiable, verifiable, third-party
Yeah.
numbers, which we are in agreement. And I will like to add, just very respectfully, that these are legislated. These aren't the gifts, special status, or considerations that the department provides us. It's legislated. It's been directed by the Court of Appeal, and it's been directed by the municipal board.
But that's not legislation, that's board orders, if I can understand that correctly. A board order is different than legislated, because if it's not under
Let's
the...
not get into semantics.
Really? I can't deduct tenant improvements because it's legislated and board ordered? Just a clarification.
There's a difference between legislation from legislature as opposed to case law.
Above our head and above our pay grade. They told us that we have to take this into consideration.
On to page 12, this is where we delve into the cap rate. So what we did is we went out to the pretty large brokerage firms here in Winnipeg and looked at their cap rate studies that they have for the, keep in mind this is Q1 2018, we tried to keep this within the reference year. So Colliers International, their cap rate study for multi-tenant was 6.5 to 7.25% on the base cap rate. Onto page 13, CBRE suggests they do theirs a little bit different. They generalize their industrial, so they are 6 to 6.5. And Cushman also generalizes all the industrial to 6.5 to 7. So, as the assessor had stated in his brief, there's nothing like this park in the city, besides our other parks, which doesn't speak to a lower cap rate. If this is a one-off property and this is something that's so unique and it is not easily reproducible and it's not easily purchased and there's not a familiarity level with it with potential buyers, REITs, pension funds, large conglomerates in the city that have pools of money that can buy real estate assets, all those factors don't speak to a lower cap rate. This is a one-off, and it comes with higher risk. This ad actually speaks to a higher cap rate. Yes, and we are not disagreeing with the assessor, or with anybody for that matter, that comes and tells us that we have the nicest business parks in the city. We won't dispute that. We know that. But beauty and aesthetics are not the only things that play into cap rates. Cap rates is a constructed number based off of interest rates, market environment, and most importantly, risk of the asset. The risk associated with the asset is really the driver. It's really the driver when it comes to this one. So when we look at the spectrum, and I know we do get the premium on top, but cap rates are a range. If we're looking at this property in isolation, it is a riskier asset. So this is why we have suggested a cap rate of 7% for a base cap rate for the property. Also, something that was mentioned by the assessor was the size of the parcel. The size of the parcel, yes, could play into the cap rate, but we feel, and I believe the market would support that, is that the risk factors and interest rates and market environment have a much more dominant effect on the cap rate if this was ever to be sold than the size of the parcel does. So this is why, taking into account all those considerations and really how a cap rate is constructed and built, we feel that a 7% cap rate is fair for all three properties, I should say. So on to page 14, as we had alluded to and discussed, including in the assessor's brief, there is a cap rate adjustment for the increased risk of owning the infrastructure, and that's the roads, the underground pipes, and the ponds, and so on. So this goes back all the way to 1999 with the decision in 2003 acknowledging the non-recoverable expenses and the premium that was associated with it. And we're going to go into a little bit of a history lesson here, but I'm going to make it brief. What happened after that decision is we had negotiated some cap rate premiums and worked on different ways to do it. We're rearranging what's there. But what's happened over time is our cap rate premium has eroded. We've gone from 1.5 to 1.75 to 1.25 to 1 to what I thought was 0, because it's really not, it wasn't clear in the assessor's brief that there was a cap rate premium. So what we're proposing to do is to go back to science. We want to take this back to something where this initially came from, where this was rooted from, and the theory of how we originally got to this, and model our valuation based on that now. And it's not very different, it's just it's just small semantics on how we get to that cap rate premium. And this was all detailed in the Atlin report, which I have with me today. It's a nice big 30-page document, which I'm not going to go through today, but I have pulled out a quick summary. And this summary here is the principles of valuation. It's how you value a building. You determine the market rents, the gross, you deduct, for vacancy management. Oddly enough, it does say management fees that you deduct for, which I'll get to. That's not the point of this section, but it does say management fees should be deducted, and the reserve for the replacements. So, getting on to 6 at the bottom, determining the net present value of the extraordinary items. This is the replacement and the rehabilitation of the infrastructure, which we agree on. And then on to page 15, we determine, at the top of the page there, number 7, is determining the appropriate capitalization rate for valuation purposes, recognizing the extraordinary risks associated with the subject property, and then capitalizing that income using and then it refers to the steps. This is the steps in the report, so it's just capitalizing the income and then deducting the amounts that are supposed to be deducted from valuation, and lastly adding in the value of the surplus land. These are all items that we do. We're not arguing necessarily the process. However, one item that is included in the report, and what speaks to the capitalization of the net operating income, is the risks associated with the subject property relative to the overall marketplace are appropriately reflected by the utilization of a relatively higher capitalization rate in the range of 50 to 75 basis points. So what we're looking at doing is we're establishing a base cap rate, acknowledging that this is a riskier asset, and then we are adding in 75 basis points on top of that. So we want to take this back to the way that it was originally proposed. So yes, I understand that the 75 basis points that we're asking for is less than the 1% that the city is providing us. However, the base capitalization rate that the city has provided us does not take into account the extraordinary risk associated with owning, operating, and eventually replacing the infrastructure that is beneath it. We're glazing over it with aesthetics and size of parcels and stuff like that, and missing what a cap rate actually means in definition. So in accordance with the accepted valuation methodology, we propose the cap rate adjustment of 75 basis points, which at the market cap of 7 plus the premium of 75 leads us to an adjusted cap rate and total cap rate of 7.75%. And that's what we'll be moving forward with, and you'll see that in our valuation worksheets that are coming up. So the rental rates are reported on our expense statements for the 2018 year, which is for the 2020 assessment cycle. Given that these properties function as a single economic unit, it would only seem reasonable that since these parcels cannot be split out and they cannot be sold separately, that a potential buyer in the marketplace would look at the portfolio as a whole, and I'll call the portfolio the 3 parcels that we're talking about today. Look at the portfolio as a whole, look at the rents that are generated by that property, and do a weighted average on them. Because they're buying the entire property, they need to assign one rate to the entire parcel, or to the entire portfolio. The way to do that, rooted in theory, would be to do a weighted average, and then spread it out over the entire square footage, which is what I have done here. So the weighted average of that comes out to $677 per square foot. And what we've done is we've applied this then to each one of the parcels because they can't be separated. So yes, I will acknowledge that the overall lease rate that we're asking for 101 ELAN is higher than what the assessor has provided. However, if we go back to market conditions and how this would actually transact in the marketplace, this is how it would transact. It would be with a weighted average of the rental rates that we receive, which is $6.77. And further supporting this is that we have had tenants move from building to building, from parcel to parcel, and like I had said earlier, they don't know the difference. Our buildings are somewhat the same. Yes, some have more office than others, and some have more warehouse than others. The box is the box, and we took the assessor on a tour about a month ago, and we actually saw one of the spaces being ripped out. Because that was one of the comments, well, you would never rip out finishes. We do it all the time. We're doing 3 of them right now, and I have pictures if this does come up to the board, or if this does come up as a question of space, a perfectly good office space, and perfectly good warehouse space that we have ripped right back to the box. We're going right back to the box and starting over again because the new tenant comes in. And what I'm trying to get at with that is that we see these buildings as all the same. You have a box and the tenant puts whatever in the box that they would like, and when the tenant leaves, they take the stuff out of the box, and we're left with a box. We're in the business of boxes, and it's a great business to be in because you don't have to worry about office finishes, you don't have to worry about desks and furniture and stuff like that. Being in the box business is simple, which further supports blanketing a weighted average effective rent across all 3 parcels. Now, yes, Terracon Business Park is, call it 420-some thousand square feet, which I would call a mini market. However, going to the marketplace and looking, does the market support a $6.77 lease rate? Well, it does. We went to 6 here, and the assessor provided many more that support $6.77 lease rate that we're asking for. We found our median to be $6.45 with the weighted average of $6.20. So this further supports the number. So the number is supported in our mini market, and then the larger market, call it the industrial market in the northeast of Winnipeg, it supports that number as well.
Which we directly compete with every day against every tenant.
Their options are to go across the street or they come to us. And yes, we look nicer, but are you gonna pay 50 cents more to come here? Probably not, because at the end of the day, the dollar's the bottom. The buck stops with the dollar, so. I'm gonna move on to page 17, which is vacancy. So again, similar to the cap rate study, we went out and looked at the large brokerage firms in the city to see what they had to say about vacancy. We did find that Collier's was 3.6 to 2.5 in early 2018. And on page 18, we found that Cushman actually tracks a slightly different product class. And I'm doing a little bit of digging into this, is that there's general industrial, which could be, single tenant buildings, owner occupied buildings. Cushman actually tracks a multi-tenant investment property, which would be similar to what we have. These would be buildings owned by, say, Quadreal, multi-tenant, large buildings, similar to ours. And that vacancy was actually 9%. And, driving around the St. Boniface Business Park, you do see a lot of, some of those buildings that have considerable amount of vacancy. So acknowledging that, yes, some of Terracon has a lower vacancy, and we do actually have some vacancy in that income and expense statement. There is vacancy in there. It was just halfway through the year. We look at this product class and this asset class as a little bit more refined and a little bit more detailed into the type of product that we actually have.
It's an opportunity to use better information that's more specific and more directed to the type of product class that we have. Rather than using the Johnson's report, generic, broad brush, 2.2% for everything from, the 450,000 square foot Cunanigo building to, the little 10,000 square foot electrical shop.
And so to Michael's point there, because this is a little bit more of a targeted metric, we've gone with the 9%, and driving around St. Boniface, you can see it is supported, so. On to page 19.
Just to go back to just the Cushman, it is directed geographically as well. So that is the eastern half of the city in the geographical region of Terracon Business Park.
Yes, which we are. It would be unfair to take, say, the southwest, where the vacancy rates are, yes, much tighter. So on page 19, we're going to talk about vacancy shortfall. So the City of Winnipeg's valuation document, the valuation of income producing properties for 2020, doesn't actually include a definition of what vacancy shortfall is, which is why I asked the assessor what his definition of it would be. And sure enough, it does line up with other definitions in the marketplace. So given that I didn't have his answer at the time of creating this brief, we decided to go to the market, go to the internet, and see what we could find for a definition of shortfall. And given that this definition should not vary significantly between similar Canadian cities, the City of Edmonton actually laid out a very nice, clear, and succinct definition of what vacancy shortfall is. So I'm going to read this verbatim, just because it lines up very closely with the assessor's definition that he provided us earlier. So vacancy shortfall is an expense related to the cost of carrying vacant space. Though the space is vacant, there are still costs associated with the space that the owner must pay. For example, some operating expenses, heating, security, property taxes, and etc. Storage space is not included in the vacancy shortfall. We don't have storage space, but I didn't want to chop the definition short. So, and then they do very conveniently provide a formula for calculating shortfall. So it's the gross leasable area times the vacancy allowance times CAM, which we agree with, that definition. That's the way that we calculate it today. However, the important part to take away from this is that the last variable that they use in that equation is CAM. They explicitly state that CAM should be used. And it's CAM? Common Area Management. And, yeah, maintenance. Because this is the carrying cost of the space. So without a definition provided by the City of Winnipeg, we will submit that the definition provided by the City of Edmonton is reasonable and acceptable, which it does align with the definition that the assessor provided us. Therefore, we are requesting that a CAM, so a common area maintenance expense, that better reflects the actual market CAM, be utilized. The city recommends a shortfall allowance of $3.75. However, the weighted CAM for the Terracon Business Park is $5.62, as shown in the table below. Now, understanding that we need to keep this also in light of the market, even though we are ourselves somewhat of a mini market, on page 20, we decided to go to the market and see what their CAMs were. So the CAM, these are 3 properties in very close proximity, quite close in product class, so close geographically, and as well as the style of building. And their listed cams are $5.60, $5.50, and $5.49. We're a little bit higher, and we acknowledge that because we have more to maintain. We have parks to maintain, grass, more snow to clear, and quite frankly, nicer grounds to upkeep than these properties do. Understanding that we should not be a special case and we do not want special recognition, we are proposing to use the market weighted cam from the table above rather than our cam, which is $5.50. And therefore, in accordance with the equation, we also need to add in the utilities as well. Usually a rough estimate of utilities is $1.50 to $2 per square foot per year. We've taken the lower end of that scale and gone with $1.50. So if we take the cam, the market cam that we've found in the marketplace and add it to the utility costs that would be required to maintain that space should it be vacant, we're at the $7 per square foot range for shortfall. And it's important to note that, you know, the city's provided a cam allowance, or sorry, a shortfall allowance of $3.75. The taxes are almost 2/3 of that. There's no way that the definition provided by the city now and provided by other cities in Winnipeg, that we can use a shortfall rate that is so low when there's other expenses associated with maintaining and keeping vacant space. Also on page 20 is the allowance for non-recoverable management. This was the previously provided 5% deduction from the effective net rent for expenses related to non-recoverable management of the asset. And this is why earlier I drilled down into the definition a little bit, because this is not property management. The misnomer came from the fact that this got labeled as management back in '94, whenever this was implemented, and it got labeled as management, just like structural allowance got labeled as other. It's structural allowance, but it got labeled as other. So we have a labeling problem. So this is why I want to be very clear in the definition that this allowance is actually for non-recoverable management of the asset. It is not property management. It is a separate deduction and a completely separate expense. And we list our property management, and it is a recoverable expense. We're not denying that. However, this is management of the asset. So this arbitrary removal is somewhat of a flagrant disregard for appraisal practices and market practice. The management expense is associated with non-recoverable management expenses and is a recognized deduction in valuation, and the costs associated with it still exist. It's not like last assessment cycle in 2018 when we had the deduction, it's not like our expenses went away. We still need to pay for MICO, we still need to pay for our accountants, our accounts payable, receivable, and general management of the asset. It's funny, the assessor pointed out the fact that he studied at UBC. The Sauder School of Business from the University of British Columbia, and I will read verbatim from the textbook. This would have been a textbook provided likely in some of the courses that assessors around the country, and even in Winnipeg, would have taken. It's called The Appraisal of Real Estate, the 3rd Canadian edition. This is a Canadian appraisal book, also put out in conjunction with the Appraisal Institute of Canada. Management expenses may be contracted or provided by the property owner. The management expense may have two components: a professional property management fee and other expenses related to the operations of the assets. These additional management expenses, in conjunction with other management expenses, such as the cost of telephone service, clerical help, legal or accounting services, printing and postage, and advertising and promotion, may be accounted for elsewhere in the statement. This is literally a textbook definition. So the removal of this is disregarding the theory that was purported to have been studied. The expenses still exist today, and if we've never had to prove them because they were given in the 5%, and now we are finding out with various studies, which I have in here, the Altus report, the Collier's report, that's finding out that the management fee, that the 5% that has been given in the past is actually not enough. So maybe we should be quantifying these, because the expense deduction wasn't actually enough to cover the expenses, but we never had a reason to look at it because it was within reason. I have a feeling now is that for this assessment cycle, the 5% should be reinstated. And for future assessment cycles, the assessor should come to, tenant property owners that likely have non-recoverable management expenses and ask, do you have them and what are they? Or say, are you acceptable with 5%? And we would be fine with the 5%. We're not gonna ask for more even though the expenses are more. But we cannot disregard what is in theory, what is supposed to be learned. And I can pull out the page that is on if you'd like, but without getting too bogged down, and I do have another textbook actually here as well that supports it. So this one is by the Appraisal Institute of Canada. It's called The Basics of Real Estate Appraising. A little bit older, but it still speaks to the non-recoverable management. Therefore, we're asking that the management expense be reinstated at 5%. The allowance for structural at 2%, we have no disagreement there. We accept the city's position of 2%. The tax exempt premises, so the assessor did touch on this. This is for WRHA. I don't know if they've rebranded, if they're shared services now or what they are. I know them as WRHA, so if I have mislabeled WRHA, I do apologize. However, this is Manitoba Tissue Bank that we're talking about. In 2018, the city of Winnipeg and the WRHA agreed to exempt the 3,000 square foot unit occupied by Tissue Bank from taxation as it is affiliated with the tax exempt operations of the WRHA. We are not here today to argue the status of the exemption, but instead the value. Although the original assessment roll included the exempt value of $224,000, the worksheet was not clear on how that was arrived at, the worksheet that we had at the time. I do understand now from the questioning that it was a proportionate basis, and we're not in disagreement with that necessarily. However, I felt that it was important to outline this better. We couldn't arbitrarily assign a value of $224,000. I couldn't arbitrarily accept one either because I didn't know how it was arrived at. Therefore, it's necessary that we outline this in the same methodology that we are using for the remainder of the park. So the same for 1351 Dugald and the same for the other two parcels. So on page 22, what I've done here is I've taken an excerpt out of the valuation that we're going to go through at the back at the end. But this is just a quick overview of the exempt portion of it. I do have a larger spreadsheet here if we want to see the side-by-side comparison, but we've essentially done the same, I believe we have done the same thing as the assessor. We've pulled out the 3,000 square feet that is exempt. So the building is 63,000 total. We've taken 3,000 exempt square feet, applied it at the $6.77 lease rate for the park, and then followed the deductions, and then followed the proportions, allocated the proportions for the 3,000 divided by the 63,000 for the total. And ours was about 4.8%. So if you were to add those numbers up and take 4.8% of the total, you'd get $129,000. We do understand that the exemption that we're asking for is less than what the city is providing and that this would be counterintuitive, but however, we're here today for openness, transparency, and factual representation of data. So we are asking for a reduction in our exemption to $129,000. Correction. A correction. Correct. On page 23, the unserviced surplus land valuation, we have no objection here with the city. All I've done is just outlaid it as the 6 acres and the 36 acres at Elan. We have no issue with these, so I'll graze over them. We pulled out 2 excerpts from the Municipal Assessment Act. Notwithstanding any other provision in this act, an assessment is presumed to have been properly made and assessed, and the assessed value is to be fixed at a fair and just amount, where the assessed value bears a fair and just relation to the assessed values and other assessed properties. We feel that we have done this today. We have supported our proposed metrics with market data, evidence, and methodic logic. We followed a methodology and kept consistency in it. We have a consistent number of tenants, we have a consistent square footage, and we have a consistent leasable area. We have a consistent number of buildings. We have done this. We've gone to the market, we've looked internally. The burden of proof, and I don't know if this was included in the assessor's brief in the excerpts that he provided, however, part 8, paragraph 53, talks about burden of proof and that a board shall, at the hearing of an application that pertains to an amount of assessed value, place the burden of proof on the assessor on matters at issue with respect to the amount of assessed value. We don't feel that the assessor has provided sufficient evidence to meet the burden of proof. The numbers were contradictory and didn't line up, quite frankly, and where at points, even the values and metrics that's provided were contradictory with his own evidence. So we've provided a clear roadmap on how to get to those metrics, which I will go through now. So starting on page 24, the valuation for Terracon Business Park, for One Terracon Place. This is the 279,818 square feet, and it implements the weighted average lease rate, the product-specific vacancy, as well as the shortfall, which follows the definition provided by the assessor and supported by other cities in Winnipeg. It reinstates the 5% management in line with appraisal theory. It keeps the 2% structural allowance, which we didn't have to discuss. The non-recoverable maintenance, we agree on that. The cap rate, this is a constructed cap rate of the 7% of a base cap rate, plus the 75 basis point premium as spoken to by the Atlin report. We capitalize that income stream and then have the deduction, and then take out the deductions for non-recoverable infrastructure as well as capital replacement, and then we add back in the surplus vacant unserviced land to arrive at a rounded value of $12,217,000. On page 25, we do the exact same thing for ELAM. So you're gonna notice here, the leasable area has changed to the leasable area of the property, but the rate, vacancy, shortfall management, other, and the cap rate all stay the same. This is because it's an economic unit that functions together. The excess land for this parcel is 36 acres, which we've added back in for a rounded value of $3,016,000. And on page 26, we did the exact same thing with Dugald Road. This is the taxable portion of Dugald Road, so you will notice the leasable area is 60,000 square feet, because on the following page is the 3,000. So 60,000 square feet at the same metrics we just talked about. And then on page 27 is the net 3,000 square feet for the exempt portion of Tissue Bank for a value of $129,000. Exact same number. So we're not changing the cap rate because we're looking at a sliver of a building, because that just doesn't work. Like, assigning a different cap rate to a 3,000 square foot unit inside of a building, yes, it's a smaller space, but it's part of the whole building. You need to assign the cap rate that is reflective of what you're purchasing. This is the market value that we're trying to establish. So on page 28, we have the summary of the valuations. I haven't totaled them up at the bottom. I kept them separate because this will be valued as 3 separate parcels. And on page 29, we already spoke to that, page 30, which is appendix 1. This is the WSP prepared non-recoverable numbers. And then all I've done is included the original worksheet provided to us by the city back in July, so they will have changed. And at the time, we didn't have the new numbers, so those aren't too relevant right now. And that is the end of our presentation.
Okay, figuring it's 12:15, and it's not likely we'll be concluding shortly. I think it'd be appropriate to take about 45 minutes for lunch before getting into questions, and then reconvene at 1 o'clock. If you want to get lunch at the Red River College, the lunch service ends at 12:30. So
Excited, yeah.
okay, so we'll reconvene at 1. Okay, we shall come back to order. Now we're at the point of the assessor's questions to the appellant.
Just give me a couple minutes, please.
Okay.
It's just that I had to take some of my stuff out, bring it back. Before I start off, and I can't remember hearing this, did Daniel, did you make any reference to your comparable rents that you had used for comparables of market conditions?
Yeah, we had talked, I think there was a table of 5 of them, and we said we talked about the median, the weighted average.
So it was like $6.20 and something like that,
The
right?
weighted average was, yeah.
Okay, no problem, okay, just want to double check if I need to ask you questions on that. I do have some rebuttal information with regards to the management expenses that I'd like to bring for evidence, because there was some general commentary with regards to why we've taken off the 5% management. And this is actually a very short portion of it, so it's not significant. I just got some key points that I'd like to highlight off of here. And just to expedite matters, because I'm sure some of you guys have heard this before, and all I want to reference, because there was some discussion with regards to municipal board orders and if it's legislated or whatnot. So on page 3, there's just management adjustments. And it states here, below there are 2 board orders, municipal orders, that support the position that a historic 5% management was an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager related to day-to-day operations of the property. Here are the file orders, the order numbers, I won't read them. This is from page 4. Mr. Ferguson advised the board that all costs related to management were being fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore there should be no deduction allowed under management expense in this case. In this case, therefore, there was clearly a fully recoverable under the terms of the lease, and there is no deduction permitted for this expense. In our briefs here today, we showed that the management fees were being recoverable, the income expense mailer. Relevant facts: expenses relating to management of the building were fully recovered by the owner under the terms of the lease. No deduction for management expenses was permitted. Then on the next page, Mr. Ferguson advised the board that all costs related to management fee were fully recovered from the tenant, and therefore should not be a deduction allowed for management expenses. And it's just as a general overview. So the position of the department, and to expedite the process, I'm not going to say any more. It's just that management fees are a recoverable expense. And one of the questions that I have, or the first question that I have to resort this, Mr.
Well, first of all, we will ask if you have any questions on the rebuttal evidence.
Questions or response to it?
Well, he will ask you, you'll be permitted to give a response, but do you have any questions on it right now?
Well, to be honest with you, it's several pages. I'm not gonna take up the board's time and read it. I think we can get to the end of this pretty quickly. We're dealing with a definition problem here, and it's being glazed over.
Okay, so proceed with your question
Okay.
then.
So you had claimed that management fees included your salary and Mr. Falk's salary in the income expense mailers?
No,
Did you not make a comment with regard to that it should be a portion of?
I said they are not included. I said his time, our accounting staff, to pay the bills, our AR is not included. Those are not recoverable expenses.
Okay, so that 5%, so that's a part of your business operations, and that's part of the management of the
Those
property
are
per se.
asset management fees, asset management expenses.
So would a mom and pop operation have asset management fees?
Yes, because mom would make the deposits and dad would collect them.
Depends how many Depends how many buildings mom and pop have. There's lots of families in Winnipeg that have considerable
Well,
assets.
I understand that, but usually those assets would that be a recoverable asset as with regards to the buildings that they would stay, that they occupy? Well, on your briefs here, you're showing a recoverable,
Yes.
you're showing a recoverable.
Yes, there are two expenses that you have to look at. There's non-recoverable expenses that the owner, management company, however you want to classify it, the proper terminology would be the owner. The owner can't recover. For example, I provide asset management services to the Terracon group of companies and all of their real estate assets. They don't recover me from the tenants. What they recover is the realty taxes, the cost to keep the flower beds in front of the building, the lawn in front of the building, shovel the snow off the parking lot. Those are recoverable costs, plus a management fee. We have a property manager that is engaged in the day-to-day services and delivery of services for the property. And those are called property management fees.
Which is what the tenants pay for.
Yes, and it's
Okay.
fully recoverable. So what Mr. Ferguson says
Yeah.
in your brief is entirely correct.
Yeah.
Property management fees are fully recoverable 100%. If you don't, as an owner, recover 100%,
Yeah.
you ought not to be in the business. Honestly. There's always been an allowance, and there's always an allowance that's provided for covered under appraisal theory and technique. We've demonstrated it under the Sauder School of Business and the UBC real estate courses that they use this particular textbook, that there's two expenses. One is recoverable management, and the other, oh, sorry, wrong finger. The other was non-recoverable expenses that relate to asset management, that relate to leasing costs, that relate to accounts receivables, and a list of other operations that the landlord cannot recover from his tenants. And as such, historically, a 5% deduction has been made. So whether you were appraising a property or assessing the property, and up until this last assessment cycle, the assessment department provided for a 5% reduction to cover those non-recoverable management fees. Those are costs associated with running and owning real estate that you cannot recover from your tenants. So in our income and expense statements, what you see is recoverable management fees. Everybody's got them. And everybody's got non-recoverable expenses.
Which is why we give you the 2%.
No, 2% is a structural allowance.
2% is for the other expenses that are allowable under non-recoverable expenses. They're for the other things that are included. Because from my perspective, when you're doing both, you're double dipping here. You're getting it twice.
Absolutely not.
Well, that's your opinion.
But it's
Well,
not.
thank you, I
Can
think it's right.
No,
Can you please show us where we are double dipping and how we're getting this twice? You keep, and I really need to make this clear, you keep blending the definitions, and it's not fair. One is property management, and one is non-recoverable management. Please use those terminology,
Well,
that terminology.
you show
Please
that
tell us where we're double
you're showing on your income expense mailer in my briefs that
Recoverable property management fees.
you're property management.
Correct.
5%.
That's one.
Yep.
Okay, so we
exactly.
got one side of the equation.
Yeah.
Where are we double dipping? We got the one side.
Well, you're asking it for again. You're getting recovered for it the first time. You're getting that as a recoverable expense, and then you're asking it for again. So that's double dipping because you're
Merrick, I don't know.
deducting 5%.
Are you trying to confuse this? I'm saying there's two expenses. There's property management that is recoverable, that we have on there, the 5% that you just pointed out.
No.
There's asset management. Please don't blend those terms. You're making
But
this
asset
confusing.
management are usually a term used for trading and selling stocks, mutual funds. There's asset managements that are affiliated there. These are for high value properties, and you've always stated with regards to asset management, you're under a unique situation. We can't sell our property. We're under a different set of rules here. So you're trying to use one aspect for one reason, and another.
Can we get into questions and not debate?
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
You can sum up your positions on property management in summation.
Okay. For starters, leasable area. Does your Terracon leasable area of 279,000 818 square feet, does that include second floor space?
The stuff that we can charge for, yes, so the most recent addition onto the CPB building is included in there for 3,106 square feet, plus or minus, don't quote me on it, but 3,000 square feet roughly, yes, because we charge for it.
And the other discrepancies that are,
Don't charge for it.
you don't charge for them, but okay. But they are fully functional, usable, leasable space, correct?
Depends on what your definition
Okay.
is, they're not leasable by any means, so no, they are
They're
not leasable.
They're not office space, or they're not sort of?
There's a lot of them
They add
that
no, they add no value to the building?
No, because they get removed. I have the pictures here. This is one that's being removed right now.
Mhm.
No value to the building.
Yeah.
It is being taken out as we speak.
And there is.
Here, I can submit this into evidence.
Well, but
Because this
there are
answers your question.
situations, and then from the 2002 municipal board order, that they had placed value on second floor space and the likelihood
That should answer
of
the
that being
question.
taking place. I understand, I've
This is
seen
another
some-
one though. It's
Yeah.
another one. So
Yeah.
it's just not a one-off
Yeah.
anymore, Merrick.
Yeah.
This is several times. We're doing another one as we speak right now. I just don't have pictures of it.
Well,
So it's done.
anything that's happening right now is post-reference.
It's post-reference, but it's the concept of it. It's the concept that that the improvements don't have value necessarily to the next tenant. And if they do, we charge for them, and then we report it in our income and expense, like we have with the CPB building, 3,100 square feet, because it's leased.
Okay, and what date are these photos?
Those are recent, so.
Okay,
Yep.
well, it's post-reference,
Okay.
and we can't use it.
Okay, from a conceptual standpoint, the theory still holds though, like, that doesn't change.
So, I've noticed some, there's been some adjustments with regards to your values. So, and we've discussed some of the modifications that the assessment department made. Do you actually have, and the board would appreciate this, and I know I would, do you have new market values for all three of your properties? Are you saying that the market values for all these properties should be what has been stated here? In terms of, the capital?
This is our brief,
Yeah.
put together for the market values for the.
Okay, but say
Three
for
properties.
example okay, I just wanna make sure that the information is correct. And so, just bear with me here. And I apologize this to the board, because of what's, the sequencing and the ordering doesn't sort of make, so if I'm looking at, Terracon Place, this is 111, okay. Perfect. And 52. 52, perfect, okay. Thank you, I just wanted to double check this. On, here, I'm gonna do, the first one I have here is 101 Elan. And I'll be asking questions on that, or some questions on that, per se. What's the vacancy rate at 101 Elan?
It's 100%, well, as of this date, it would have been 0.
It would have been 0, okay. And you had referenced on page 18, Fishman Wakefield 2018 mid-year market report, right?
Yep,
Is that post-reference?
it might be. It's probably mid-year, so yes, I would assume if it's mid-year, it probably captures some. But like you said, vacancy is,
It's historical number.
it's an average of numbers. You pointed out that it could be the last 5 years, so 9% wouldn't be leading into it. You know how long real estate transactions take, so the fact that it's over by a couple months, the 9% holds. We're talking
Okay.
about it.
So then on the next page here, you're showing the vacancy rate on Industrial Park from CD Richard Ellis to be, Q1, 3.7, 3%, 3.4%.
That's what's outlined, correct?
Okay, so you have one item which is post-reference, and you have one item which is closer to our market vacancy of 2.5% as opposed to 9%. Is that correct?
I'm not agreeing with the post-reference because like you said, vacancy does take into
Okay.
account a little bit behind. But yes, 3.7 is closer to 2.5 from a mathematical
Do
standpoint.
you have any other market evidence that supports a 9% cap rate for industrial properties? Not cap rate, vacancy, sorry. You've shown one thing here that I mentioned that's post-reference. I had provided the board a revision, and I don't have a copy of it right now, or I can't find it, is the vacancy information. On, I was asked the question with regards to vacancy,
Oh, okay.
and I provided the Johnson report,
Yeah,
and I provided the Cushman Wakefield report from 2017.
Yep, right here.
Okay.
we will weigh the evidence.
Okay, so with that line of questioning, so we have 101 Elan, 0% vacancy. What's the vacancy rate of Terracon Place?
It's not zero, the calculation does show it's zero, it's just, it's tough
The
to,
mailer shows that it's 0.
the mailer shows it's zero, but if you do look into the mailer, there's actually vacancy in there, it's just it was mid-year, so it's tough to, how do you define that as a percentage?
Okay.
If we include it, you're gonna say we're overstating, we're understating, we're trying to be
And
conservative. It's not
what's
zero.
and what's stated on the on 13151 Dougal Road, is that 0 on the mailer?
That one would be probably zero as well,
Okay.
yes, for this time
Okay.
frame.
On reports, so you showed one post reference of 9%. Do you have any other information supporting a 9% cap rate for 9% vacancy rate for industrial properties?
So this is the one firm that tracks this as specific.
Okay.
So really, we're talking about 2 months here of being post-referenced. Like you said,
Well, it would, yeah.
things
It
take a
would-
long
It
time.
would be 3, but anyways. April, May, June.
Sure.
Okay, and so, but,
No, we are relying on this one just as,
Okay.
just as your, was relying on the Johnson report.
but I also had the Cushman Wake report that stated in 2017, that's 3%.
Which is for an overall market,
Okay.
not a specific
Oh,
target
it's
market.
industrial.
It's an overall market rate
Yeah.
of vacancy, taking into account every building, every multi-tenant, owner-occupied, and large industrial footprints. The thing I like about the Cushman and Wakefield, very specific multi-tenant industrial grade real estate. It's completely different than what the Johnson report looks at as being a broad brush on all real estate. Total real estate, industrial real estate available, divided by the vacancy, for a percentage of 2.2%.
But isn't your report revealing with submarkets as opposed to normal leasing conditions? Because isn't with submarkets, aren't there limited space in terms of
Are
1
we
year,
doing
there's not a lot of.
generated model, or are we actually now gonna do a site-specific
No, I'm asking-
intentional appraisal?
I'm asking the
Tell me
question.
what we're going to do.
I'm asking the question is that, does this involve the submarket? Are there limiting conditions with submarkets? Are rents lower in submarkets?
No.
Are they higher?
It makes no
Do
difference.
you have a lot of flexibility with regards to submarkets in terms of the lease and the
Your
space?
question is illogical.
Just, he's asking questions.
Well,
I don't
Answering
know.
questions.
The short answer is I don't know, because I do not
Okay.
understand your question.
So. Okay, I'll leave that one. Okay. And Daniel, just for my own knowledge, so all the numbers that we have used for the capital allowances, they've all been accounted
We're
for?
not, you and I are on the same page.
Okay, so there's nothing that needs to be discussed there then, correct?
I'm fine with them if you're fine
Okay.
with them. Yep.
For sure. Cap rates. You say the city of Winnipeg cap rate, the base cap rate is of 7% on one Terracon Place. Is this property, oh no, I gotta look at mine here. Is this property superior or inferior to most industrial stock properties within the city of Winnipeg?
Ours,
Yours,
to the entire city,
for industrial properties,
we're on the superior side.
superior side? Okay.
Aesthetically, yeah, we build good buildings.
Okay. And so, so the information that you had from the Terracon for the 7% for the city values were strictly used from the information that I'd sent you, or used from,
Sorry, you're talking about my cap rate or the city's cap
the
rate?
city of Winnipeg's cap rate of 7.5%, 7%, and 7%.
Which page are you looking at, sorry?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at page 2 on your brief.
Page 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so the page 2 base cap rate, so this, yeah, the city's, this is the position. So the city's position on 1 Terracon Place was 7.5%.
Okay.
City's position on 101 Elan was 7, as it was for 1351 Dougal. Our position was 777, because it's one economic unit, and then we add in the cap rate adjustment.
Okay. So on my brief for 1 Terracon Place, what were the cap rates shown on the model generated income spreadsheets? Do you remember that by any chance?
For 1 Terracon?
Yeah, so there's 6% and 6.5%.
Okay.
So I just want to, because when there's inaccuracies in documents, I want to make sure that the board is fully aware of the adjustments that the city
You
has
can
made.
rest assured that we're capable of reading what the cap rate on your,
Okay, I just want to be consistent, because when I see information,
But just for clarification though, I want to understand, that's the valuation workup, that 6.5% cap rate, that has been corrected
no, that's.
by the new valuation using a 7.5% cap rate.
No, there's 2 valuations.
Right.
On all my forms.
Right, so
Yeah.
the one valuation that's being corrected, you gave us a valuation at 6.5, using a 6.5% cap rate. And the valuation you're moving forward and recommending to the board now is a 7.5% cap rate.
Which includes the adjustment. So our normal base cap rate was 6% and 6.5%.
Okay, but the reason, so that you understand the reason why this was written like this is because the original workups from July were
Yep.
just written as one
Yeah,
number, so.
and I get that, but I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
So why wouldn't your original workup include our cap rate premium?
Because of time. Because the original workup on it
That's
here.
not changed.
No,
Our
but
cap-
the original
premium was
workup
always
here is a
there.
model
It's an
generated cap
accepted
rate.
parameter.
So-
we're not worried about why the original one was what as it is, we're worried about the valuation, final valuation today.
Sure.
Okay. So, you've used $6.77 for a lease rate all across the board.
That is correct.
Okay. Does that include free rent, tenant inducements, conditions?
That's an effective rent.
That is a net effective rent. So what you're saying though is your rent that you're using here includes,
Yeah, okay, I showed that for illustration, but that's supported by the market. You had market comps that support a 677, so it's actually not. The
Okay.
fact that ours does,
so,
like, the market supports 677. I'm saying we're using it because we wanna be factual with our data, we wanna use
Okay.
actual stuff.
so do you want to use actuals?
No, we just wanna be transparent with what
Okay.
we're using, it's not, this isn't made, stuff that comes out of a black box of modeling.
Okay.
This is stuff that is supported by the market and is supported by reality.
Okay. So when we're talking about this black box of modeling that we use, that you make aware of, on your 1 Terracon Place, not including the owner-occupied portions of the rents, the base rents listed, how many are below $6.77? So we're not including the $3 rents, we're not including the $4 rents. How many rents are below $6.77 it's on page 7 of my brief,
Of your brief,
of my brief.
do you have the number?
Well, I've only counted 1, so we've agreed upon that all the CPD building rents of $3 is a contract rent. We've looked at building A, and we've also determined that was a contract rent. So then, my colleague here did the math here, and she was looking for $6.77 rents, and she only counted 1 on your list of actuals. And I may be wrong here, so we got 1 at $565, but that's actually a part of Terracon development, so that's actually contract rent. We have
Well,
what,
13.
What's that?
I have 14.
14?
Yeah. Taking the taking the effective rents, and I know you don't agree with that, but that's,
Well, okay, but the effective rents take out leasing commissions, take out free inducements, take out special inducements, free rent, so, and doesn't that contradict board orders? With regards to that, when we're looking at rents and we're doing a modeling, we're looking at the base rents?
yes, but this is how a purchaser in the market, which we're trying to establish as market value, a purchaser in the market has to take those into account. They're expenses that have to be paid.
But using Mr. Falk's terms, but isn't it legislated?
We're not going down the legislative road again.
Okay, I was doing that for humor purposes. Okay, so you would agree with me with regards to basic rents, the overwhelming majority of them are greater than $6.77 for base rents?
I agree that the weighted average of our net effective rents is $6.77, and it's supported by market rents that are completely separate and completely free of conflicts of interest and anything like that.
Well,
So,
I don't know how it's a conflict of interest when I'm reading basic rent here.
no, I'm just saying, like, the ones in your brief and the ones in our brief are completely separate entities. We're quad reels, they're other investments. They support a $6.77 rent.
But all your market rents here are greater than $6.77 on one term.
That's why it's a weighted average, though. We take a weighted average.
So, okay, so
Because we
which
can't cherry pick
portions
them.
of the rents here, of your weighted average rents are below, like, so which are the big ones here that's driving it below $6.77?
Well, it has to be roughly 50%, because that's why it's an average.
But the thing is, well, we have to, I think, do I need to, panel members, do I need to go any further with regard to this line of questioning? Because we'll just go around in circles here.
Well, we do take note
Okay,
of your
I'll just-
points, and we'll give
okay.
a weight as we
Thank you.
see fit.
and for 1351 Dougal Road, how many rents are below $6.77 in that property?
Let's see here. I have 4.
Okay. Is that basic rent?
Net effective rents.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure we understood each other there. You can see I've covered. These are numbers. On 1351 Dugald Avenue, you're asking for a value of, you stated that we were using a 5.5% cap rate and a 6% cap rate in your valuation?
Well, there was a difference, I believe, on your workups between the net, between Manitoba Tissue Bank and the net of the building. There was a difference of cap rates. If that's what you're asking.
Okay. And so, and what is the cap rate that we used on 1351 Dugald Road?
I believe it was 7.5?
Yeah. Yeah.
7?
Yep, because,
A lot of numbers.
yep,
Yep.
okay. Just making sure. So the 9% vacancy that you've used on buildings, on all the buildings, that's not reflective of current market conditions right now at the property, correct?
Absolutely not. It is.
What's that, 9%?
Reflection of current market.
Okay.
In that market.
And what are the actuals?
If that market, in that market class is 9%, that's what we're reporting. This isn't a site-specific appraisal. This is generically in the market, what would the value of this property be?
Okay.
And the purchaser would look at, what's the market vacancy in the area? 9%.
Okay.
So they would look at Terracom and say, wow, you guys are kind of special, you're at 0. But the market's 9, so I'm gonna have to factor something in for vacancy, and it's gonna be more than 2.
But the only piece of
Because that
evidence,
class is-
the only piece of evidence that you provide that shows 9% is post-reference dealing with submarkets.
I don't want to restrict your
Okay.
presentation, but aren't we kind of going over ground we've
Yep.
covered already?
Yep, for sure, it's. I- Okay. So I'm referencing page 16, and I need to find it as well on my brief here, so I apologize for that. Awesome. Page 16, you said there is a lease start date of 5,622 square feet at $6.89. Is that correct?
On Mazzino?
Yep.
Yep.
Is that the lowest one, the highest one, or the middle one?
Oh, looks fairly middle of the road,
Okay.
plus or minus.
Did you look at the mailer, or did you have access to the mailer?
This is, we don't have the luxury of
Okay.
gobs of data, so
Okay.
this is through market research.
Okay. So do you know how many tenants there are in this building?
16 Mazzino?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus or minus 8,
Okay. And,
off the top of my head.
and you don't know what the lowest rent is?
In that building?
Yeah.
No, I wish I did.
Okay. So we have rents of $750, $835, $835, $795, and $895. And $695, which is the one that you have, which is the lowest one. So would the property on Mazzino be comparable to the other properties that we have in your
Benefits from a
office
little
space?
bit more frontage. You get some sight lines off of Dougal Road, so not completely, buildings are the same, but you get more frontage.
Yeah.
Probably some higher asking rents.
So would you agree with me that 689 would be on the low end of the scale compared to
For that
actuals?
building?
Yeah.
It's tough to say, I don't get the mailers for
Okay,
those
no
properties.
problem. You used as a comparable, were those net leases or gross leases at 100 Paquin Road?
I believe those were net leases, but I cannot confirm.
Okay. So it's just speculation then?
Right now, it's speculation, I don't know.
Okay. So where did you get your lease information for 495 Archibald Street?
The market.
The market?
Yep.
Was it a listing? Did you have the actual lease in place or anything like that, or?
Market data, market research,
And
talking to people that are familiar with the properties.
okay, and if you had to give a description of 495 Archibald, would it be of the same quality and same finish as one of your Terracon properties? Or would it be superior, would it be inferior?
Superior only in frontage, building construction is inferior.
And is there a significant, is it a 50-50% office space component of it? Or what would be the breakdown of the?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay, yeah, this is the comparable that's being used.
If you wanna submit that as rebuttal,
Yeah, I actually have that right here. You know, it's just how it works out. I'll provide that for you here. And I do have copies of it somewhere here.
Do you only have 2 copies?
Yeah, you know what? There's somewhere here.
Could I grab that from you after you're
Yeah.
done?
Yep.
looking at it?
Don't scribble on it.
Okay, I won't touch it.
Maybe that's part of it, but they seem to be double-sided copies.
Ah,
Oh, sorry.
that's fine. DTC,
Oh, it's all.
that's what it says on top, DTC.
Uh, 630 Kernahan. It's just the, I have it here somewhere. Is the 595 the midpoint of rents that are listed there? Or would that be the high or low because you have any other?
No, that's a little bit, well, so it's lower than the average, sure.
It's lower than the average? So out of the net leases that are listed there, would that be the highest net lease or the lowest net lease?
Which one, Kernahan?
Yeah, Kernahan.
Well, no, there's a $7 one,
Okay.
and there's a $6.95 one, and there's a $6 one.
The Kernahan one, yeah.
That's probably weighted average. Yeah, that's weighted average.
So, and so, the $6 one is 11,000 square feet. Do you know what the 20,000 square foot, the 27,000 square foot lease would be?
Where do you see 27, sorry?
No, I'm asking you because you've picked one that's $5.95 at 11,000, but I'm looking at the 630 Kernahan income and expense mailer, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you want to submit that as a rebuttal, so we can have a look at it?
Well,
'Cause
there.
You're referring to information that we have no knowledge of.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, I was asked questions about a $17 lease, and I have 4 different rents here that
Mr. Chair,
are.
do you not feel it only appropriate that we have access to this information if he's going to refer to it in his questioning?
Well, there's an issue with regards to privacy, and so I'm asking the question
Okay.
if there are any other rents there, and they're saying there's no rents.
You can't rely and use evidence that he doesn't share with all the parties.
I would agree, if you're gonna use it in rebuttal, it needs to be shared.
Thank you.
Okay. So, on page 17 of your brief, there's a vacancy of showing 2.53%, yet you're using 9%. Is that being consistent?
Okay, once again, we're.
Okay, we've talked about that, I'm sorry.
We've talked
It's,
about
you know, and in fairness, you know, I wasn't happy with regards to how we conducted the hearing today in terms, because I felt a bit disjointed, and so I just,
I agree, this is a bit unusual way of doing things, but it's a very unusual property. isn't
yeah,
it?
and I get that as well, and so it's just trying to
Just
make.
trying to find the best way of doing things.
Yeah, and I understand that. You know what, that concludes my questions, thank you.
Okay, Brent, any questions?
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. So Daniel, you said that services can't be separated, correct?
That was correct.
And the tenants apparently move, it's like a big jigsaw puzzle, one building
It can be.
went to
Sure.
another.
He just spent the better part of the last 18 months doing just that.
So why wouldn't you merge it?
There's significant hurdles from a, what do you call that, legislation standpoint? I don't even use the word.
Don't use the word legislation.
Not consult, from
At least you
a
got something
land
to
titles
do.
perspective, it's messy. There's a right of way through one of our properties, we have a railroad, we have a gas line, it's honestly cleaner in three, if that's the simple way to put it. I don't know if Michael can elaborate on it anymore. I know this seems
Well,
messy.
feel free if you want.
We were a privately held corporation.
Yep.
And some shareholder, family shareholder agreements also reflect, you'll know that the names are different. There's common investments, Elan Properties and Terracon Development are the registered owners of those properties. Different family members are different shareholders. But ultimately, the property is beneficially managed and owned by Terracon Development LP.
So is Terracon the lessor?
Terracon is, no, it's sold through voting and controlling shares.
Okay, the other thing on the brief, what page was it on? I guess all three are pending municipal board decision,
Yes,
page 4.
that is correct.
6. And that's for the 2018 roll?
That is correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Marla, any questions?
My questions have just been asked.
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Well, one of them has. There we go. So,
I'm gonna deal then with the 5% management. Past presentations have indicated, in other hearings have indicated that included in that would be such things as tenant inducements and leasing commissions and that sort of thing. Is that consistent with what you're putting forward today?
Terracon runs a little bit of a different model. So, and it's more so on just how it's represented. Our leasehold improvements and commissions are represented in our effective rents. Then the 5% management would be for the non-recoverable asset management portion of it and the items associated with that. So we've looked at just handling it slightly different. We haven't lumped it all in, which is why some of those numbers in the report came back. The Colors report, the Altus report, came back significantly higher, some as high as 7, 8, 9, 12%, because those were included in there. So if we were to lump ours in and rejig it, so we're comparing apples to apples, perhaps, but we have separated them.
So commissions and tenant inducements are reflected in our rent roll, and so in the value, so that's why we use that effective rent in calculating at the top line. And then when it comes to the additional 5%, which was traditionally called the management fee, it's really properly expressed as the non-recoverable expenses. It's typically been a 5% allowance. And within that 5% is our asset management, is our administrative, our accounts receivable, payable, and bad debts, for example. Those would make up that 5% number.
Okay.
And that's clearly how it's illustrated in the Sauter textbook too.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. Summation on these properties, Mr. Crowley?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find one tidbit of information that would be a part of it. And I don't know if I have it here. And I don't wanna. So I do have one piece of paper that's providing an overview with regards to rebuttal and then a conclusion.
Can I take a look at that, because we're at the summation?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
I'm
for
going to
sure.
object to this.
Sure thing. Well, what it boils down to, sure, of course you can.
Let me just.
No, I object.
No, send it to Mr. Falk to take a look
I
at.
object, it's summations. All your evidence is supposed to be provided, everything's
Okay.
supposed to be done. Thank you.
I will read off of it then.
Okay,
So,
You can't introduce new evidence.
this is my summation, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm strongly opposed to this.
I am reading my submission.
you can, if it deals with material that was provided at today's hearing, then you certainly can have it included in your summation.
But you
If
can't.
it's something new, then it goes to evidence and not summation.
Thank you.
I'm still good, okay, so,
Yeah.
thank you. Because of the uniqueness of this property, we have a situation where there are special arrangements that are made, and we look, and we create a market value for this property. What we do is that when we create a market value for this property, we want to factor in these special considerations, but we also want to look at market evidence. And what we want to also consider is what would be a willing buyer and a willing seller be wanting to do when you consider the value of this property. The property that I have in question is the One Terracon Place property, which is quite significant because it is the economic driver of 101 Elan and 1351. It has this most significant area square footage. When we look throughout the years of what the assessed values are per square foot, we always want to do a checks and balances of what's taking place in the marketplace. So, so when the assessment department creates a market value for this type of property, we're looking at being what's fair and equitable with regards to what's taking place in the marketplace. So we can't be completely fair and equitable because of the uniqueness, but we do make proper deductions. And so this property is listed in terms of being an industrial type property. The zoning's listed as the parcel use is inventory warehouse. But we all know that the finish of the property is not industrial truly in nature. The most significant component is office. So if we're looking at a macro perspective of this property, we're looking at what we have here in terms of what's in the marketplace. So typical office sales properties, sell in excess of $100 per square foot, right? Industrial sales properties are in values in the mid-60s and 70s a square foot. So when we look at and when Mr. Falk or the applicant asked for, the assessments being not fair, it's not being greedy, well, there's a reason why the 2016, 2018 assessments are at the municipal board, because there were significant reductions where the assessed value that we had created for this property was reduced by almost like 30%. In value, so that's pretty significant. So our initial 2020 value was $113 based on normal operating conditions of a normal industrial property or a normal mixed-use property. Our adjusted value for One Terracon Place was $21 million, which works out to around $75 a square foot. Okay? So the Terracon value presented today works out to $42.90 a square foot, which is a significant reduction, and this is based on our square footage of 284,000 square feet, which is a significant reduction. So our model for industrial would be 113, we've adjusted to 74, the Terracon value is 42. And when I look at what the values were in 2010, 2012, 2014, which were all agreed upon values at the time, they're all in the $40 range. So I guess in summation, what we're stating upon here is that the values of this type of property haven't changed since the 2008 reference date. That concludes my evaluation for this property.
Submission?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank the board for hearing us today. I know some of the topics we discussed today weren't very straightforward, and some of them became in-depth quite quickly. These aren't straightforward issues, we're not trying to get away from that. But what we are trying to do is provide a straightforward methodology to resolve them. And that's why we're here today, to provide evidence supported in a logical way forward that's rooted in science and theory. Some of the roads that the assessor took us down today were a bit confusing, and a few were fraught with errors. Some were opinion-based, like the opinion that this is office space as opposed to industrial. It's industrial space, it's owned as such. However, there are several aspects and inputs that, once explained with greater detail and input, we were able to agree upon. Most of our position is even supported by the assessor's evidence that he put forward himself. Although small careless errors were presented today, such as the number of tenants being contradicted, the square footage of premises was incorrect and unexplainable, even the number of buildings wasn't correct. That aside, some of the deeper inconsistencies generated by the model and presented unfiltered by the assessor are in opposition to accepted principles and the complex reality of the property and situation that we face today. We can't separate the property. It functions as a single economic unit. If the tenants can move unencumbered from building to building, we should be applying the same metrics consistently across these buildings and ultimately across these properties. That is the methodology that we are proposing today. We understand that mistakes are made. We're both human. But although some flawed arguments today seem minor, the implication and valuation is significant. It's in the millions. We are asking that the board render a decision that encompasses our methodology and metrics, and we ask that you accept the valuation corrections that Terracon has put forward today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We have one more property on the agenda today. Without having looked at it, is there any guesstimate? Is this going to take as long as?
No, I don't think so. No, because everything we've discussed doesn't have to be rehashed. You know what I mean? Like,
We were able to settle on
yeah,
that, so.
you know, and,
We
we've
should be
made,
quicker.
what's up?
I think we should be quicker.
Without a question.
Yeah.
All right, so let's,
Just give me a sec.
does anybody need a brief break then before proceeding?
I'm good.
You good? Okay, let me just grab a cup of water here.
I'll get some water too, please.
Okay, so we come then to item 2 on the agenda. 35 Mazenod Road. Mazenod is how it's pronounced? Mazenod?
That's not.
Okay, so you can proceed, Mr. Clerk.
Property that we're looking at today is file number 191457. Roll number 06050192-100. Address is 35 Mazenod Road. Owners listed as the Waters Business Park Incorporated. In 2020, we had an initial value of $7,929,000. And through discussions with Daniel and getting a better understanding of it all, well, I realize it's not enough. The assessment department is making a recommendation to reduce the value to $5,683,000. Let me just double check to see what code is looking for. Actually, your one-story building, 4 premises, built in 2008. We have a wall height of 20 feet. Zoning's M2 manufacturing. We have a leasable area of 46,554 square feet. And with this building here, we have a land to plan area of 81.3. On page 2 of the building, we have some pictures. Pictures just show this is not like a typical standard industrial office space like 565 Archibald or some of the other comparables ever used. This is high-end, high-quality finish. I haven't been in this building here right now, so I can't talk about the interior of it, but hopefully at some point that I'll be able to get a chance to go to it. On page 3 of my brief, we have a picture of the car lock that is taking place with regards to people able to get gas, and the middle picture shows a western view of the Dougal and Mazenod property. And the bottom of page 3 shows how close it is to Dougal and Mazenod. And you can see all the excess land that's a part of this equation here right now. The lease information that we have for this property is as such. We have 3 tenants. The average rent is $8.37. And they also report a land lease with regards to the Red River Co-op of $49,000. We've discussed page 6 quite briefly, but there's an overview with regards to the operation expenses and what they receive and the recoverable expenses. Actual vacancy for this property is 0%. And here are the 3 leases that are listed here. Leases are listed at $7.95, $8.18, and $9. And we actually, I think we used $7.60 or $7.59 for the 3 properties here. They're all close in size, so $7.60 or $7.59 that we've used for a lease on this on page 7. What we've done is we haven't captured the income that's being received from the Red River Co-op for the actual land lease for the space. So for our purposes, we just put it $1 at a pit as $1 there. The vacancy loss rate is 2.5%. Actuals are 0. Expenses initially, that we had our initial expenses at $138,882. The shortfall at $4,364, with a net operating income of 7.1%. And what has happened here with this property is that the initial cap rate that we had sent to them, this include, I do believe that our initial cap rate would have been 6% for this property, or there was an override done in the valuation. So the initial cap rate was 6%. There was a 1%, we did the 1% override to make it 7%. So in both of these pictures here, the actual cap rate is the 7%, which includes the 1% premium that we give because it's a Terracon property. The additional building value that we have here that we've used, and I've reduced the square footage of this because this has changed with regards to communication with Mr. Mills and myself. Also, with regards to land value and the building value, that has changed the same at the 641. And the other adjustments for the capital replacement is the 128 that we had estimated. On page 8, and I have the discrepancies here that had taken place with regards to what Steve had and what we had. So showing the reduction in place, we have that rent at $7.59, we have the 2.5% vacancy, we have the shortfall of $3.75. We have the $133,445, which matches what the Terracon Group has given us. You know, and it's on my sheets here, but the Terracon Group gave us the water's non-recoverables at $135,000, rounded down, $634 rounded up, and $1,025,000 rounded down, which is consistent with what I have for non-recoverables and non-recoverable infrastructure and the capital replacement cost. So our income evaluation, factoring, taking out the non-recoverables, worked out to $199,942 with a 7% cap rate, came up with $2,856,000. Initially, what had taken place was that I do believe we had used 81 acres for the space, for the area, but after Daniel sent me a really good picture, showed me the breakdown, the methodology that Terracon used made total sense. So that's one of the reasons for the reduction. So instead of using 81 acres that we had initially used, we're using 73.2. And what we've used here for a blended rate here is, for the other 2 properties, we had used 30,000 square feet because they were limited in terms of developability and being able to be used as a replot or resold. So what we've done in our thought process here, that's shown on page 8, we increased the land value per acre from 30,000 an acre to 52,828. And this is what the previous assessor had done. And the methodology that we could use for this is that when we look at 101 Elan, you have to go through, currently, you have to go through 2 other property roll numbers to get there. It's right beside a railway track. It's long and narrow. The developmental potential for that property isn't as great as the subject property that we're dealing with here. When we look at One Terracon Place, where we also had excess land, there's limitations there because you have all these other buildings that are surrounding it. So in terms of packaging it up, selling it as a separate entity, it would be a lot harder. So that's why we only used 30,000 for the properties that are north of Dougal Road, and for the properties that's south of Dougal Road, it's not, there aren't any other physical barriers right now taking place. With regards to the development of this land, potentially, if a property owner wanted to sublet it and sell it and have it on open market conditions, there is potential there for it to get replotted. So that's why the land value that we used for here is significantly higher than we did for the other 2 properties. And if you look at the pictures on page 4, and I don't know this for a fact, and maybe, I'm assuming on the western portion of the land, there's no piping or anything like that that's extended all the way on that portion. Whatever plumbing and infrastructure that they've done is limited to the eastern portion of the lot. It's not on the western portion. So part of my thought process was in terms of valuation for it, which is higher, is because, sure, you have the lake that would inhibit it, but other than that, there's lots of parcels of land that should be valued closer to market conditions. And that's why, even though the $50,000 discounted, it's essentially a 2/3 discount, because if the properties on Camille are settling for $150,000 an acre, which I had shown in my other briefs, I think a $52,000 assessment per acre seems reasonable in my eyes. The minus recoverable infrastructure is 633. The capital replacement is $1,025,000, and the building card lock, we had this too high. So Daniel and I asked some questions about it. I did some research. So initially our value was like around $921,000, and we reduced it to $641,000, and I don't believe that Mr. Mills has any issues with regards to that. Which is why I've reduced the assessment from the initial value of $7.9 million to $5,683,000. Comparables are the same that we've talked about beforehand. Here's on page 10, it's the updated square foot, the acreage that we're using for excess land. So this is what we're using here, strictly what Terracon had provided us. Made total sense to me, so I had no problems using it. So that shows how we came up with the 73.2 acres. And I had referenced this before.
Just a clarification here, does that include the 7.98 in the green and the 62.38, but not the lake?
It doesn't include the lake. It doesn't include the card lock, and whatever excess land that they used a part of. And Daniel could probably answer this better than I can. And it doesn't include the space associated with the business center. Is that correct?
Am I allowed to answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm asking for clarification.
The
because-
73.2 is made up of 7.98
Yeah,
plus 2.84 at the front, plus the rearage of 62.38.
okay, I didn't see that in one before. Okay, thank you. Clarifies it?
No problem. Well, it made sense, so that's why I used it. Like I said beforehand, essentially on the other side of the street, normal market rents for land, we're selling, not bringing up to the value of, April 1st, 2018, but we're showing a range of values here, not factoring inflation, of $150,000 an acre. We have one at 149, and we have the one that is the closest to the reference data, 160, so the trend would be that the value of the land would be higher than the $160,000 a square foot. But I feel comfortable with the value that we're producing here today because of the development potential, and it doesn't have the limitations that the other properties have. All the other information is the same. That concludes my formal presentation.
Okay, questions?
Just a couple. Page seven of your brief. Those are model rents that are at the top?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are model rents, yeah, because the subject property rents are $9.75,
Okay.
that's reported as rents. And
And I assume the vacancy, shortfall, and cap rate arguments are the same from our last parcel? I don't wanna go
Yeah,
down that
no.
road, if that's okay?
I think we're done.
We're done? Okay.
I think everyone's done.
That's fine.
I will
We'll
consider-
take it as common evidence.
Consider those carried over. I do have one question though on page 8. There's a note in what appears to be an Excel spreadsheet screenshot that the 52,528 for the land value, the excess land value per acre,
Yeah,
is a blended rate? How is that calculated?
that's what the previous assessor had done. And if I look at the notes, I may have it here, just bear in mind here. He might have. No, yeah, what he had done is he used $160,000 per acre for the 13 acres along Dougal Road. And he used $32,000 per acre for the rest of the land.
So 160 for the front,
Yep,
for the front 13 acres?
yep,
And then 30 an acre for the rear?
32,
32.
but that's using the 81 acres.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's, so then there was a weighted average, I assume, of some sort.
I just followed what he had done in the assessment.
Okay, so the 32 and the 160, is there any ideas how he got to the 160?
That's, I'm reading off what he wrote there, Daniel.
Okay. Okay, I will take that. Let's look at that. I noticed on page 9, these are the same rent comparables that were used for 101 Eland and 1351 Dougal. How then on page 8 did we arrive at a different blended rate, the 759? So the rate that you're using for the lease rate. So the same comps, different lease rate.
Because it's model generated.
Okay.
And we're using, you know, like, when I had stated here beforehand, if I was actually using the actuals, we would have used $8.37.
Yep.
So when we choose comparables, you know, we're always looking at what is the reported net rent. So the reported net rent, when we look at the $9 is $7.95 and the $8.18, because all the square footages works out to $8.37. So we're not cherry picking high, we're being consistent in our process. So, you know, I got a range here, right?
Yeah, so you're using model. No, that answers my
So-
question. You got anything? No further questions.
Okay, Brent, questions?
Yes, I have one. Now, we heard a lot of testimony this morning about 101, or 1 Terracon being a unique property, correct? Both parties? Yet I see in this workup, you're still giving the same kind of allowances for non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement for this one.
Yeah, well, it's also
So
unique.
did we just grow another one across the street this morning, or?
You know what, it's, there's a
Add water and
service,
stir, it's a simple formula.
you know what, this is what the land is in place for this property here. It's similar to 1301 Keniston. So these are service agreements that have been signed with regards to Terracon. And I guess Mr. Falk, is it PP&D who signed this initially with you when you guys first did this?
Yes, sir.
So these are agreements that were signed with PP&D and the Terracon Group
So-
before my time, so,
Then now I'm hearing there's 3, Tuxedo Business Park.
oh yeah, there is 3, yeah. So Tuxedo
So the
Business Park.
comments that there was only, this is the only one unique is not really valid.
Well, when I say, when we say 3 park,
Those were his words, just for the record.
I do believe we have about 230,000 parcels, and if you go 3 properties over 230,000 parcels, I think that is pretty unique. And not standard within our, you know, in terms of the big picture.
But this morning I was led to believe that
You know what, well, because
That business
they're all
park.
grouped at the same time, so there is that property here, and then also, I don't know this guy's, but on Lawson, same agreements that take place there?
No,
No,
this is
okay.
different.
Okay.
It's just the 3, it's Terracon,
Okay.
Business Park, Waters Business Park, which we're talking about now, and then Tuxedo Business Park, which we talked about
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
okay, I just wanted to clarify because I was thinking.
Can I ask a question as well? So you guys are doing developments in the area of McDonald, you have the same sort of agreements with them as well?
No comment.
Okay, I'm curious, because I want to know.
Remember, this is a live
No,
stream.
yeah, and I understand, it's just, in some regards, it's about having knowledge to provide fair assessments. And I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not, nothing in the ground yet, so I can't comment.
no problem.
That's it.
I'm open, yeah. Any other questions?
No.
Maybe the developer's unique, not the property.
Well, the developer is unique for sure, I'll give you that.
It had been my fate to hear the other Terracon property, so I knew this was unique. There were 3 unique properties. Well, 2, but I discovered this one. You answered my question how you came to $52,328.37 versus $51,426.17, or maybe even $50,000. I guess there are no other questions on this. You can proceed with your presentation.
So page 1 is the table of contents for future reference if ever required. Page 2, a quick overview of the statement of issues. The lease rate, we are willing to accept a higher lease rate of $7.96 as opposed to the city's $7.59. If the city works with us on a couple of variables that we're gonna list below. And again, I'll explain where those came from in a bit. Vacancy, we're going back to the 9%, that's with the with the model tracked and product tracked vacancy rent. Cap rate, which actually missed the list in here, we are gonna talk about that. Shortfall, non-recoverable management expenses, that's the 5% management allowance. We'll speak briefly to that. The non-recoverable maintenance, infrastructure, and capital replacement, I'm not gonna delve much into that because Merrick and I are in agreement on those. And same thing with the additional building value, that's the card lock up at the front. Merrick was able to provide some additional information. It just did not make the cut before I hit print on this, so I'm not gonna delve into that, we're okay with it. And the excess land value, so I'm gonna delve into that a little bit further on, but we adapted this last minute to align with the city's methodology. So the 30,000 an acre, we're going to speak to that. It's no longer relevant, we're gonna speak to that a little bit later, because I did appreciate the methodology that Merrick used, so. On to page 3, the 35 Mazenod overview. It's Waters Business Park. In total, we have roughly just under 87 acres of land with 1 building and a land lease of 1.8 acres, which leaves us with 73.2 acres of unserviced land. The zoning is split zoning on this parcel, M2 for the rearage lands and the frontage lands are M1. In 2018, we had assessment of 7.8 million, which was knocked down to 3.1 million for revision. This year, we're back up 152% to 7.9 million. That, as Merrick had mentioned, has been revised, so again, that didn't make the printing cut, so. There has been no new building construction or expansion since the last assessment cycle. So the water is very similar to the sister properties of Terracon and Tuxedo Business Park in terms of the servicing aspect. But it consists of 1 multi-tenant building, 1 commercial building, and some vacant unserviced land. Access to the development is from Prairie Way, which is a private road similar to Terracon Place, and together, these units form the Waters Business Park, and they function as a single economic unit. So on page 4, again, we're in the 2018 reference year, with April 1st being the cutoff for the tax year of 2020. This is a broad overview, master plan, potential theoretical idea for what we might do with the park. The only building that is constructed right now is W1 in the black, that's black in the bottom right-hand corner, as well as the card lock on the right of the page fronting Dugald Road. On to page 5, the valuation methodology. We'll look at combining the 3 aspects of this property together to arrive at a total valuation for the property. That would be in the flex space at 46,554. We agree with the assessment department on that number. And we do have 0 square feet of vacancy of this property. Commercial area is a Red River Co. card lock, roughly 1.8 acres, followed by the in-service land of 7.3. I'm not going to reread the non-recoverable infrastructure and maintenance expenses verbiage. It's the exact same, along with capital replacement. So to your point there, Mr. Assessor, or sorry, Mr. Board Member, this is this is the same style. We're the unique developer. Similar to Terracon Business Park, page 7 details. This is the expanded version of the non-recoverable maintenance expense that we agree on with the assessor. Page 8 details the non-recoverable infrastructure and capital replacement that again we agree upon with the assessor. Cap rate, we use the same 3 brokerage firms' cap rate studies to establish the capitalization rate survey. We have the multi-tenant of Colliers of 6.5 to 7.25. For the multi-tenant, we have CBRE on page 10 at 6 to 6.5 and 6.5 to 7 for Cushman's. Again, similar to Terracon, given the proximity, same risk profile and market environment, we are looking for a 7% base cap rate for the Waters Business Park. On to page 11, again, I won't go through this. This does speak again to the Atlan report. This is the same valuation methodology employed for Terracon. So following the steps provided by the Atlan report, on page 12, we arrive at the end of the cap rate conclusion being the market capitalization of 7% with the cap rate premium due to the risks of the subject property relative to the marketplace, and the higher capitalization rate due to the ownership of infrastructure. We end up at 7.75 for the cap rate at the bottom of 12. Rental rates, as mentioned, on our weighted average, we went back to the weighted average approach for this just because it is a little bit different of a product. I do believe that obviously the market supports it because the assessors was $7.59. We're asking for $7.96. Just to stay consistent, we will accept $7.96. We can work on some other things. The vacancy, again, used the same surveys, and again, tracking the product class that better fits our business park would be the multi-tenant investment vacancy rate provided by Cushman and Wakefield for the eastern side of the city, and that's at 9%. And the same arguments would apply from our last presentation. And the vacancy shortfall allowance on page 15. Again, we went to the market to look for common area maintenance expenses in the market because the CAM for Waters Business Park is actually a little bit higher, given that there's one building and, as the assessor had mentioned, a significant portion of land behind it. Unfortunately, the tenants have a little bit higher of a CAM. However, again, that we want to look at this through transparency and clarity, and we want to go to the market. We're looking at a $5.5 ask for a CAM rate, plus $1.50 for utilities, adding or creating a shortfall of $7 a square foot. The allowance for recoverable management, again,
I think that horse has been beat.
that horse has been, poor horse has been beaten.
Which one's that? That's,
Sorry, page 16.
Okay.
This is the non-recoverable management,
Yeah.
5% reduction. We will revert to the UBC Sauter School textbook and the theory behind that and ask for it to be reinstated. The allowance for structural, 2%. We agree with the city on that. The Red River Co-op, as I have copied and pasted the adjusted value here for 2020, 641, we are in agreement with that, as Mr. Froelich had mentioned. So we will skip page 17, we'll go straight to 18. So as you can see here, I did take the time to recalculate the areas, and it turns out that we didn't include, we had mixed up some of our areas, we had included the pond. So our area that we agree with now with the assessor is 73.2 acres. And what I've done here is I'll come back to this color coding in a bit, but there's a method to the madness here for the color coding between the green and the blue. So on to page 19, looking at the unserviced land in a little bit more detail. The Waters Business Park is above 400 meters wide of frontage onto Dugald Road and approximately 900 meters deep. So it is a, proportional wise, it is a long and narrow parcel as well. And it is bordered by a rail line to the south. So it's outlined in 6. This is the entire parcel. The city did make a good point with regards to the land along Dugald. And this is the reason for the change up of the methodology at the last minute. I did appreciate Mr. Frolick's comments, and I did see his rationale, and I did agree with it. That the frontage lands do benefit from frontage onto Dugald and would therefore be worth more money. They're also zoned M1, so this kind of fits that perhaps we should look at these in a little bit of a different light. The lands are still unserviced. We do have, Co-op card lock is just a card lock, so we just have tanks in the ground. So we have nothing going there yet, so we do consider the land as vacant and unserviced. However, we took the approach that maybe we should carve off the front, look at that separately, and then look at the rear ridge land separately. So the city proposed, a value of approximately $50,000 for all the unserviced land at the Waters Business Park, under the premise that it benefits from frontage onto Dugald Road. We partially agree with that and believe that only the front area, the M1 area, actually benefits from the frontage, and the area, the rear ridge lands, which we can see on page 20, are not that dissimilar from stuff we've seen at Terracon. We do have to drive down a road, albeit Mazenod is now improved. It never was before. Mazenod used to be a dirt road. You would have had to go through the park. So the rear ridge lands are removed from the benefiting frontage area. So what we've done is we've separated the frontage lands into approximately 13 acres and applied an unserviced valuation of $50,000, using the city's parameters of roughly $50,000 an acre to the frontage lands. And then we've taken the $30,000 an acre and applied that to the rear ridge lands in blue. And the $30,000 was for the exact same reason that Terracon was, is that this is in the back, you have to drive to get to it. It's also bordered by a rail line. The similarities between these are quite astonishing. It is a narrower piece, proportional wise, it's 400 by 900, so we do have the long and narrow shape. So there is similarities. So we felt that using both of the city parameters and plugging it into the same methodology that they used, we decided to value the two areas separately, which is summarized on page 21. So it's 10.82 acres of the frontage and 62.38 in the back, summing to 73.2 acres for a value of 2.4 million. We have the Fairness and Assessment Act pulled out of Municipal Assessment Act and the burden of proof as well, similar as last time. And on page 22 is the summary of the valuation for the Waters Business Park, using the leasable area agreed upon with the assessor, the higher rental rate, vacancy of 9%, hour shortfall of 7%, reinstating management at 5%, structural of 2%, which we agree upon, putting the cap rate to 7 plus 0.75, for a total cap rate of 7.75%, and capitalizing that, we get to a value of about $3.3 million. And how we got, a little bit of background on how we got to the non-recoverable values, is we had a report done last year, and then we used the city's numbers, the city's construction inflation numbers, just to apply to that. And the city, Mr. Frolick and I are in agreement with that, so I'm not going to delve in too far. Appendix 2 is just the original workup, which we don't need to go into. And that's all I have today.
Okay, questions?
So, Section B, would you say that the 35 Mazenod would be industrial A or industrial B type property?
Industrial.
A?
A.
Okay. And so, and what type of industrial properties of industrial A would be superior to the property on 35 Mazenod that you could think of?
Would have to be something with better frontage,
Okay.
likely Regent, from that standpoint, really construction wise.
Is there a lot of industrial on the Regent though?
East,
East?
yeah, east on Regent, east of the casino. There's some industrial there, it's not much. I would
Yeah,
say something,
and there is one or two pockets, you know, and you are right, so, yep.
I would say anything with better frontage would be superior, but construction wise, yes.
Okay.
You're right.
So even then, so if we went in between and if we use the 6.525% cap rate from the Cushman Wakefield and we use your 0.75, that would come up with a 7% cap rate. Would that be more reflective of the condition of the property?
Again, cap rate is a constructed number. Cap rates are built off of, as I mentioned earlier, interest rates, and that be set by the Bank of Canada, market environment conditions, as well as riskiness, the risk profile of the asset.
Okay.
So the risk profile of the asset remains the same as our other properties, and which really, I believe, when it comes to purchasing properties and what potential purchasers look for in the market, is what drives a cap rate. Is the riskiness of the profile. Yes, it's the nicest, so we get good marks there, but in terms of risk, we don't get good marks there. We're a risky asset.
Okay. I don't have to ask any more questions about vacancy, that's been well established. Okay. Page 14, and it sort of goes along that. So why did you only use the 3.4% and not a number in between the 3.4% and the 9% for that? Because
It's tough. Because the Cushman tracks that product class so closely and much more than the mom and pop shops and maybe the owner occupied buildings that the general industrial metrics track.
okay.
Yes, I know your point is that we have 0% vacancy, we need to apply something. And I think it's not 2, but,
Well,
so we need to be somewhere.
yeah, we're 2.5 though.
2.5.
Okay, so I've seen your business plans that you have in place here with the Waters Complex. If you were going to, how would the back portion of this parcel of land here be similar to the ones on Camille Road in terms of value, market valuation?
Well, they wouldn't be. The ones on Camille Sis are service lands.
Yep.
They have services running and you can just tap in and
Okay.
go. We can't even access our lands in the back.
Yep.
So they're quite dissimilar, right?
Okay, so if you were selling them in the marketplace, would you be asking for $30,000 an acre if you decided to abandon the business model that you currently have in place?
It's a hypothetical question. Stop.
Well, a lot of questions you've presented to me today have been hypothetical, so.
There's
I'm
servicing
not-
costs that have to go into it. The city servicing.
Well, but
numbers-
the point, if there's if it was replotted and divided up, they wouldn't be under the same sort of service
Then it
agreements.
goes back, we need to have servicing agreements with the
Well,
singular
no.
parcel that exists here. So not
So-
only do you have deductions for servicing costs then,
Yeah.
to get roads in, to get the water in, you have to commit, you have to portion off your portion of the pond, because the
Yeah.
pond is sized for the entire development. Then you gotta kick back to the owner of that original parcel that provides you those beneficial services.
Is it fair to say in both of our presentation today's included questioning, there's a lot of hypothetical situations that could take place?
You said it's gray, but we are trying to stick to reality, and that's what I'm trying to drill back to, and that's why I wanted to use the city's parameters, and that's why, because I didn't want this, I didn't want anything that was hypothetical. I used the city's 30,000, and then we used the city's 50,000, so it's not hypothetical.
But I have no further questions, thank you.
Okay.
I have no question.
No questions.
I just have one question with regard to cap rate and the current state of the property with only one building on it. Would that not top to lower risk as it stands right now, as opposed to a more mature development like the previous one?
Not really. So the servicing challenges still exist. The person that would have to buy that is responsible themselves for running in services into the property, something that the city typically provides, roads, all those items. And also, we've been sitting on 86 acres of land for a significant amount of time, and we still only have one building. So there's also the market factors that are playing against us as well. We don't have enough interest to put up another building. So when somebody looks at this parcel and sees that that it has sat vacant since 2008, 2002, sorry, and that we still can't get another building up, it says that there's something in the marketplace that's not allowing construction, because it's no shortage of money or want on our side to develop. We would like to develop it, however, the market is just not there.
Are the services currently in place, or are they just projected to be in place?
Only to the first building. So anything that goes beyond that, like to the west, would have to be pulled through.
All right, okay, those are my questions. So summation on this?
I
one?
think we've
Okay, any summation?
covered it all.
I just wanted to thank the board again for hearing this, and this will be the last portion I take up of your time. I did want to thank Mr. Froelich for working with us before. I think we did narrow down a lot of the issues, and which is why we can keep this one fairly succinct. We have heard, the arguments. I'm not going to run through them again, but our position is as stated. Thank you.
Hope you don't have any more properties.
Only another 5 coming up. They're not as complicated.
There's another one of these?
No.